The steps that have been decided are the following. The prohibition of the African National Congress, the Pan-Africanist Congress, the South African Communist Party and a number of subsidiary organizations is being rescinded.
The blueprint of our constitutional democracy, which is the most progressive document in the world, which is South Africa's constitution.
We've got to build on an incredibly strong constitution, but it does mean that we have to create opportunities to discuss and renew from time to time.
It's important that civil society organizations like the FW de Klerk Foundation help with the debate about economic policies. That's why we have civil society organizations in this country.
1990 was a watershed year for South Africa. It laid a foundation for our newly founded constitutional democracy. The work of the FW de Klerk Foundation revolves around ensuring that the constitutional rights are protected, are promoted, are entrenched. My own role at the foundation is to play an advocacy role, to bring communities together. So we go and visit them, we're on the ground with communities, and through the media to inform communities nationwide about the importance of the Constitution and our Bill of Rights.
Our Constitutional Rights Program is committed to defending the values that lie at the heart of South Africa's democracy. We do this through legal advocacy, public education, and engaging with the state. One of the most urgent threats to these rights is the National Health Insurance Act. Now, while its goal of universal health coverage is commendable, it centralizes power, weakens the private sector, and imposes a rigid, state-controlled model that may collapse under its own weight. The Foundation has not only raised constitutional concerns, we have also made an impact by proposing constructive alternatives and ensuring that the Minister does not act outside of his legal powers. The program will continue to challenge unconstitutional provisions and advocate for a health system that truly heals and serves all South Africans with dignity and care.
Some say South Africa is raising a lost generation. But at the FW de Klerk Foundation, we believe the opposite. We're building an informed generation. Through our Constitutional Advancement Program, we are equipping young people with the confidence, with the knowledge, with the civic skills they need to thrive in South Africa. And how do we do this? How do we advance the youth? Well, through our groundbreaking 5-module constitutional education program, we're making sure that the Bill of Rights, economic justice, and youth empowerment really come to life. We've also partnered with the National Youth Debate Initiative and are contributing to national dialogue across South Africa. This isn't just education, this is nation building.
The Legacy program is dedicated to preserving and celebrating the life of FW de Klerk by key initiatives like conferences marking the anniversary of his 2 February 1990 speech that changed the course of South Africa. Over the years, we have had many diverse and powerful voices contribute to the dialogue on peace, democracy, and constitutionalism.
And for the first time in 30 years, we are actually living in a democratic South Africa and not South Africa where one party rules and determines all.
I was in 1990 in matric. That's when things were changing in South Africa, and a lot was because of the president. And the foundation is doing such great work, and to be recognized by them, yeah, it's a bit emotional, but a hell of a proud and also take it as a big responsibility.
FW de Klerk spoke about his vision for the creation of the Centre for the Constitutional Transformation of South Africa to remind, educate and inform people of one of the country's greatest achievements. This vision came to life with the launch of our exhibition in November 2024.
Now, I would like to make sure that my 2 foundations, to get them to grow and to intensify their activities, which can ensure that South Africa does not lose its way because we have lost our way somewhat, can be brought back to the right track.
If you believe in a future where rights and freedoms are protected and reforms are rooted in the Constitution, We invite you to stand with us.
Join us.
Support the work.
Please stand with us to ensure that our constitution becomes a reality for all South Africans.
Visit fwdeklerk.org to learn more and to donate.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I made a note here, call the meeting to order. And then I saw the faces and the important people here this afternoon, and I thought to myself, tone down on that remark. There's no non-order in this room. What a day. What a day in the life of the FW de Klerk Foundation. What a day in the life of politics in South Africa. We didn't guide the speakers on what they should say, but I requested them all that they do not announce new political parties at our event. One of the reasons why I asked them is I received a note to say outside there's a vehicle with a registration number CAA 461396. If they pay me, I will mention that it's a Jeep. This vehicle is idling. Now, maybe it's a relay closing of the engine, or maybe it's a getaway car. We're not sure yet. So if it's your vehicle and you reach your objectives, please just switch it off because of the greenness of our event. My name is Cederberg. I'm a member of the board of the FW de Klerk Foundation, and I'm standing in for Christo van der Rede. Mr. van der Rede had an accident and he broke his foot. By the way, not playing for the Springboks or Bafana. And then they asked me to stand in for him, and the reason was most probably between Christo and myself, you will not notice the difference. We have the same hairstyle. Christo, we wish you, I know you're online, we wish you a speedy recovery and hope to see you at the next Comrades Marathon. I'm not going to read the notes on the CV for the different speakers. Please see that it's in your documents. It's impressive. You will be impressed by our speakers this afternoon, and when you get home, you will be even more impressed if you read their CVs. We hope you wrote it before the time. We also try to stick to our program because we are online, and we also respect the participants to this event who join us online. My huge privilege is to request Mrs. Elita de Klerk, who is the chairperson of the FW de Klerk Foundation, to welcome you all by this event, to this event.
Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends and new friends to make, like Sissy here. This is a real pleasure for me to welcome you, and grateful that so many of you have chosen to spend your time engaging with us on an issue that lies at the heart of our democracy and our everyday lives. The Konrad-Adenauer Foundation, thank you for being our loyal partners, as always. On behalf of the FW de Klerk Foundation, I warmly welcome you at this conference. Local government elections 2026, chances and challenges to fulfill their constitutional mandate. Local government is where democracy is experienced most directly, through the quality of basic services, the condition of our communities, and the relationships between citizens and those elected to serve them. When local government works, people feel it immediately. Equally so, when it doesn't, it is immediately felt as well. As we approach the 2026 local government elections, South Africans are asking rightly difficult questions. Why are so many municipalities under pressure? How can elections strengthen accountability and leadership at local level? And how do we ensure that local governments truly live up to the responsibilities set out in our Constitution? These challenges are real, but so is the opportunity to address them. Our Constitution provides a clear and enduring framework for democratic, accountable, and development-focused local government. The task before us is to make those principles work in practice. Today's conference is not about politics. It is about honesty in our discussions. It's about shared learning and practical ideas for strengthening local government within our constitutional democracy. Let us not be defensive when we talk to each other, but unite together to find solutions. The FW de Klerk Foundation is committed to promoting the values of the Constitution: human dignity, equality, freedom, and the rule of law. Values that matter most when they are visible in people's daily lives and their communities. We are grateful to our speakers and panelists for contributing their experience and vast insight. Thank you for being part of this conversation. I hope today's discussion will be respectful and forward-looking, and that they will contribute in a meaningful way to help improving local government in South Africa. I wish you a productive afternoon.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Elita, for bringing forward the welcome and the theme for the event. As Elita said, we have a very good relationship with, what is your name again? Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung. Over many years, based on very good friendships, but based primarily on principles that we share. We requested Mr. Gregor Jaecke to address us on this, as well as their future contributions. Sorry, that I shouldn't say. Please, sir.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Elita de Klerk, honorable speakers, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for me, on behalf of the Konrad-Adenauer Foundation, to address you today at this year's FW de Klerk Foundation Annual Conference. And let me begin with an observation. When people talk about government, their starting point is usually not ideology or national policy. It is whether things function where they live. In other words, citizens judge governance where it touches their daily lives, in the reliability of basic services, the condition of their surroundings, and the responsiveness of offices and institutions. And these realities are felt most powerfully at the local level. Local government stands or falls with the system closest to the people. Operations, administration, finances, and coordination. It is here that trust in governance is built, because everyday life depends on the technical strength and institutional stability of municipalities. My home country, Germany, is highly decentralized. Multiple layers of administration, each with its own responsibilities, and yes, sometimes its own paperwork. Some even joke that navigating our procedures can feel like meeting an unstoppable bureaucratic creature. Yet behind the humor lies a very serious lesson. Germany's political and administrative culture, shaped by federalism and a stable party system, understood early on that democracy stands or falls with the strength of its administration. Effective governance is not a luxury. It is the backbone of democratic resilience. When local administrations are well structured, procedures clear, budgets transparent, and services reliable, citizens gain confidence in their institutions. And that confidence strengthens democracy more than any speech or slogan ever could. In Germany, the strength of local administration is the strength of democracy. And in South Africa, the debate has found new energy. Mr Velenkosini Hlabisa deserves recognition for his courage and foresight in placing local governance at the heart of national reform. He has set in motion the long overdue review of the 1998 White Paper on Local Government, an historic step toward structural reforms that promise greater accountability and efficiency. It is a moment of renewal and a chance to strengthen democracy where it matters most, in the daily life of citizens. And as South Africa, and Mrs. de Klerk mentioned that, approaches the 2026 local government elections, the stakes could not be higher. These elections will decide how municipalities serve their people, and in that service, the strength of democracy itself. The Konrad-Adenauer Foundation will watch the local government elections closely, because we are committed to democracy, good governance, and the rule of law. And we affirm, while CAS works in 100 offices worldwide, countries worldwide, democracy must be local, and local must be lekker. Therefore, I look forward to today's conference. My heartfelt thanks to the FW de Klerk Foundation for many years of close cooperation. This is a partnership we truly value. I'm equally grateful to all of you for being here today, for listening, and for contributing to this important conversation. A special word of appreciation goes to our speakers, panelists, and facilitator for sharing their expertise and their perspectives. I look forward to an engaging, thoughtful, and fruitful discussion this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, friend. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to listen to people who emphasize trust, confidence, and democracy. And thank you very much for doing that on our way to our local government elections. On the same topic, but extremely important in his role, we are honored to have Minister Hlabisa with us this afternoon. You will find on the program, as I said, his CV, but he's also the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, COCTA. And then he's also the president of his political party, which plays a very significant role on the local level in KwaZulu, that is Natal, KwaZulu-Natal for the moment. But in his private capacity, he also plays a significant role in the traditions that come from that part of the world, as the chairperson of the Prince Buthelezi Foundation. Minister, we are so honored to have you here this afternoon. This year is putting lots of pressure on you, and we appreciate your time, and we promise that we will listen carefully. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and a special greetings to the Chairperson of the Foundation, Mrs. de Klerk, the Deputy Chairperson of the Foundation, Christina, Teichmann, the representative of Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung, Mr. Gregor, Jaecke, our Auditor General, who is amongst us, Tsakani Maluleke, and I did not notice when my sister arrives, the Public Protector. Thank you very much. It's still fresh. We had a meeting last week. So it's like I just saw you yesterday. I also want to acknowledge you for coming into this critical engagement as we prepare for a new chapter in the history of our country. A special greetings to Dr. Ruben Richards and also to members of the Sonn family, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great pleasure that I stand before you to share some few views on chances and challenges, as this year is an important year in our country, which is the year of the local government elections. I do want up front to say we will use a general term that elections are in 2026 so that the media does not quote us out of context. Elections will be any time between 1 November 2026 and 30 January 2027, which is a 90-day period after the end of the term of the current councillor. So generally, the term comes to an end at the end of October. On the 1st of November, anytime elections can take place. But it is therefore a general way of referring to it that 2026 is a year of elections. From the government point of view, let me start from there. We are ready for the elections in 2026, the earliest. Working together with IEC, all processes are in place. You noticed last year, early December, the Demarcations Board handed over the ward delimitation to IEC, which then marked the beginning of the process from IEC as they had received the wards to start now identifying the voting districts and then start and ensure that the beginning of the process of the recruitment of the staff begins. As the year has started, IEC is going to release a timetable which informs the public of South Africa in terms of the 2 open voter registration weekends, which will be an indication that IEC, as an organ on behalf of the government that runs the election, is ready to ensure that the elections are delivered free and fair as early as after the 1st of November 2026. So on the side of the government, we are ready to open a new chapter. It is true that the local government in our country is not functioning very well. Only pockets of municipalities are doing very well under circumstances. They may not satisfy all the citizens, but certain basic things. The Auditor General is my witness that out of 257 municipalities, only a small number is able to account and be transparent in terms of how they use the resources. The majority are unable. And the public protector, who is also present here, is also my witness that the complaints and challenges people eventually escalate to the Office of the Public Protector are a demonstration that the local government is not in a good space. The local government is the closest sphere of government to our people. As it has been said before, when the local government is functional, people feel it. But similar, when the local government is not functional, people feel it instantly because they do not receive the basic service delivery items which the Constitution entrusts a local municipality to deliver to our people. I want to start by saying we are finalizing a process of the review of the white paper on local government. By the end of March this year, we will have gone through the cabinet process, reimagining the future local government set up in South Africa. It is true, some of our municipalities that are not functional, it is because of the history where we come from. Some of them in terms of demarcation, they were designed in a way that will not make them functional because there is no revenue base to collect. They only rely on grants. But equally true, when those grants have been given to our municipalities, most of them are unable to use them. The capacity issue is a challenge, both politically in terms of the leadership and administratively. The opportunity we have as we go to the next local government election and the chance we have is to deal with the capacity challenge. The municipalities that function well, you will discover that the mayor, the deputy mayor, the speaker, and the executive are competent people. They have certain basic skills. They are able to read and comprehend the annual financial statements. They are able to read and comprehend the audit report. When the public protector issues a report, they know the implication of the report by the public protector. They just don't leave it to collect the dust in the file. They are assisted by competency levels they have. When the political administration is competent, they will hire or recruit competent staff. Because it always goes together. You can't find an incompetent person hiring a competent person as an administrative support. You can't find such, because it will not work together. An incompetent political person will not be able to hold into account a competent administrator. So now the challenge is capacity in our municipalities. The opportunity we have, therefore, is that come the 2026 elections, the voters, because they will have seen who are the candidates, not vote by heart, but to vote in terms of, is my ward councillor, when I look at him or her, going to be able to deliver services I want? Is the councillors that I see in the list of Party A, when the money has been given to them, will they be able to utilize this money to advance the needs of the community? If yes, then give them a vote. Refraining is not a solution. If you refrain from participating in the election process, the minority will decide on your behalf, and things will become even worse. The only solution to the challenge of the capacity our councillors have is that the electorate must take an active role in voting for the right councillors that will direct service delivery in their area. When you choose the right councillors will recruit a competent MM. A competent MM will go for a competent CFO. A competent MM will go for a competent technical director and competent director corporate services. These are the engines of the organization, a municipality. When people feel service delivery, it is because of the competent political leadership accompanied by competent administrative support. The golden opportunity we have, despite the challenges that exist in our country, is to mobilize everybody to participate. The program director said very well, we're not talking politics. If we want a solution get everybody involved. If you have competent political leadership, that leadership is able to hold the administration to account. An incompetent mayor cannot introduce consequence management because he or she may not understand what is consequence management. To fix the local government, the first thing that needs to happen, get the right people for the right job. The local government is a highly politicized space and is a highly corrupt space. Yes, corruption exists even in other two spheres of government, but it's not as bad as in the local government space, because in a local government space, even the most junior person, you will find there is, one way or another, an involvement in incorrect practices in terms of the operations of the municipality. The only solution is not abstain, get involved, get the right person for the right job. And it is not therefore mine as to who is the right person or the bad person for the job. Every citizen knows who can deliver water for me, who can fix potholes in the area where I stay, who can account transparently about the resources given to the municipality by the national government. And then the will of the voters is key. The second challenge we have, instability in our municipalities. Some of our municipalities are dysfunctional because the structures of the council do not meet. And at the core, when you try to find what is the main challenge here, the coalition government contributes greatly in the non-functionality of some of our municipalities. You will have a typical case here in Western Cape, but it is everybody's knowledge that the city of Johannesburg, a metro, in a period of 4 years, they had more than 5 mayors. Definitely, that is instability. There could be no continuous planning for a period of 5 years if now and again it's a new mayor. Even last week, a motion of no confidence was on the table in the city of Johannesburg. Coalition have come to stay. Any political party that dreams of more than 60% majority rule is not living in the present. The present time is for coalitions. Not that we like them. People have realized that if you give complete powers to one political party, there is a high possibility of abuse. Now make more than one person responsible for the governance of the country. There were many people who were criticizing us, even myself, because I was in the forefront before 2024 elections, to prepare for coalition government. Some, they said, you are dreaming. And we took an opportunity to go to Germany to study the best practices of coalition government, as well as Denmark, as stable countries in terms of a longer period living under coalition governments. Then what happened? Many people remain not believing. But good enough. South Africa is moving forward under the coalition government. We have graduated over the first year to know each other. And we are destined. Oh, Babumpegi, I didn't see you. Greetings, Babumpegi, as you are present in our midst. These are people we cannot ignore if they are part of the people in the room. The GNU is going to take our country forward. We are confident because we have a combination of abilities, not from one political party. There are sufficient checks and balances. And even the ministers, they want to demonstrate that my political party can do better. And in the midst of that competition, the country will go forward. At the time when it was one political party, people may even sleep because they know the electorate will also bring us back next year. There is no one who has a guarantee who will have a majority in 2029 provincial and national government election. There is no one. Things are likely to change. But let me come therefore to the local government. The second thing that we need to deal with is coalition governments. Because the majority out of 257 municipalities will be under coalition government after the elections of 2026. That's a given. All the political parties can do is start to prepare themselves to work with people they may not like for the sake of the people of South Africa. We have too many political parties now. And as a result, votes will split. And we will have too many councillors from different political parties. The only thing that we need to take care of is not to allow a kingmaker to lead the council. Is not to allow a political party with a minority to lead the council. That is what affected COJ. In Johannesburg, they thought using the minority councillors will be a solution. Unfortunately, that thinking resulted to manipulation. Because if you are a minority in the coalition, for you to get a decision carried through, you must go to parties with the majority or bigger portion in the council. Now you can't stand for your view as a majority party. You will only rely on other parties' views, yet you are a leader of the council. And this is the mistake we must not do when we constitute the local government councils after 2026 elections in order to ensure that we have stable councils. People are not interested to be ruled by a certain party for 3 months and thereafter they hear there is a motion of no confidence, another party takes over for 4 months, and after that another motion of no confidence, another party takes over for 3 months, 3 parties in a year. There will be no consistency, there will be no follow-up on planning. Now, at a government level, we are championing the coalition's bill. The coalition's bill wants to regulate the formation of the coalition governments at a local government. At most, smaller parties should not lead the councils. And we want to appeal to political parties to think for the people of South Africa. That a leading party in council, in terms of numbers, has a mandate of the people to lead. Then it must bring other political parties on board and they agree on a set of principles that, look, people of South Africa did not want one party to rule. They said, let's work together. Can we agree on principles that will uphold to ensure that we run these councils for the next 5 years? Yes, we want binding agreements to be signed. But a binding agreement does not matter more than principles within political parties. You will know better. You can enter into a marriage and have a marriage certificate. But what makes you honest is not the marriage certificate. Am I right? What makes you honest in your marriage is the vow that you made that I'm beginning my life with this person. Marriage certificate there or not there is not what guides you to be honest and faithful to your partner, but it's the principles that I am getting into a marriage to build a family. And that is what we want to instill to our political parties, that the coalition governments should be entered into with the intention of building our communities. If that can sink to our political parties, we have an opportunity of stable governments at a local sphere, which is the closest to our people. The second opportunity we have, the Chapter 9 institutions our country that is having. My 2 sisters are present here, but there is also IEC. IEC has graduated and matured even to run a complex competition, because these elections will be highly contested. You know, there are so many political parties that were not there in 2021. Some came into existence last year, and we're still going to see some coming into existence this year. So now the competition level will be complex. Our Chapter 9 institutions from the IEC is our opportunity as a country to run a complex election and deliver a free and fair election. I'm sure you are aware that elections were contested in 2024. Some are still in court and they want to go to International Court of Justice contesting elections. If you have a credible institution, A person can object and go to whatever level of courts, but the elections will remain credible because the institution that was running the elections was free and fair and played according to the rules of the game. We have taken a step further from COCTA. I was sharing with my sister on Friday, the 10 by 10, which we will be championing with the Auditor General, but we want to translate a similar culture and behavior to the Public Protector. The resources that are available in our country are enough to make our people feel service delivery. The problem is on capacity, as I stated at the beginning. The Auditor General has been persistent on challenges experienced in the local government, as she will be also doing the same even now. And she even take a harder stance that the white paper review was an additional thing to have, not that it's a basic thing to have. The key issue is consequence management. But consequence management, the prerequisite to consequence management is capable leadership. Because if the mayor or the MM is not capable, he or she will do it wrongly and loses all cases when trying to introduce consequence management because the capacity is not there. So now, capacity becomes an overall, and this capacity will be brought into existence by the electorate. The political parties need to be forced. Because even if, no matter how you can try to say, please deploy people who are capable, they will deploy cadres. They will deploy friends. Now the electorate need to force them through their vote, not abstaining, and making the right choice as to this time around, this is the person we want to vote. As Minister of COCTA, I don't care who governs a municipality. I'm serving all municipalities equally because it's the choice of the people. Once people have made their choice must be respected. In the face of huge challenges that we have, the chance and the opportunity that is available to us is that the right to decide remains with the electorate. The chance that we have a constitution. In other countries, it can be said it's 5 years term, but a term can take even 7 years. We even learned it in a hard way during the COVID-19. We tried to go to court and say there is a pandemic. We can't have elections in 2021. Can we postpone elections to 2022? The court said, no ways. Elections must be held in every 5 years. You hold elections before a particular date in November. As a result, 1 November came about. The opportunity we have in South Africa, our democracy is regulated by the Constitution. Even if we can have feelings there is a recourse, the Constitution, and the Constitution is dictating that after 1 November, within 90 days, the elections must take place. We have an opportunity, therefore, of knowing that no matter how we are suffering, no matter how our local governments have not been fully functional in places where we reside, we have an opportunity in 90 days, immediately after 1 November, to elect a new government at a local space that will be responsible for the advancement of service delivery in our areas. I want, therefore, to conclude. As I have mentioned, the key areas I wanted to touch upon as both the challenges as well as the opportunities. There is a new concept, which is an opportunity. District development model. The one plan, the one budget. There is a duplication when the national government is providing services in a ward, because the national government operates in wards. There is nothing, there is no area called national government area. When a road or a water project is funded by the national government, that water project occurs in a ward. When the provincial government has a project, that project occurs in a ward. If the local government, through the resources it has a project, that project occurs in a ward. Now, the opportunity that we have now is the district development model. The district development model says all three spheres of government must plan together, must use their budgets together. There must be one budget, one plan for the area. Yes, I know in Western Cape there is a big argument against district development model, but I do want to assure you, because you read and follow these matters, that we have gone a good extent in resolving the challenge around the principle of DDM. In this month of February, we confirmed this morning the new regulations on district development model will be going out for public comments for a period of a month of February, yes. And then in the month of March, by 31 March, we will gazette new regulations that regulate how a municipality, a provincial government, and a national government in the city of Cape Town should work together. Working in silos has always never been a good thing. If you go alone, you do not accomplish as much as you go together. Yes, if you go together, there can be a delay, but there is sufficient oversight to see even blind spots. But if you go alone, it is just you alone, and when you make mistakes on your journey, no one is going to assist you. So now, an opportunity and a chance that we have to streamline the resources that are available for our country is the district development model. But for the district development model to be successful, it requires competent political leadership, and competent administrative support. Because we are now going to be talking of one budget. If a municipality talks of its budget, it must also include the monies from the province coming to the city of Cape Town, the monies from the national government coming to the city of Cape Town. That how do we avoid duplication and ensure that every cent is used for the benefit of our people? Of course, I've indicated that in terms of readiness, we are ready in every way. The Independent Electoral Commission, the commissioners whose term had expired, the government has gone through the process up to a parliamentary level to fill all the vacancies, and the commission is fully intact now, ready to champion the journey to the new chapter of our local government system. Yes, I've indicated the issue of the Chapter 9 institution. And lastly, partnership between private, public, and government. The government cannot have sufficient resources, even in terms of money. But through partnership, that is the opportunity we have. The municipality led by competent people are able to tap in to the private sector, because the private sector has a lot of money in terms of social responsibility, but they can't give to a municipality which is not going to be able to account. They will only be interested in giving the money to a municipality that will be able to account. I'm sure Dr. Richards will talk a lot in terms of the partnership as an opportunity between the local government and the private sector in ensuring that we mobilize resources to deal with our challenges. The climate change is presenting a new challenge. It's fire this time in Western Cape. It has been floods in Limpopo and Mpumalanga. Last year, it was floods in Eastern Cape. 2022, it was horrible floods in KwaZulu-Natal. The partnership between the local government and the private sector is what is going to be a key in order to ensure that the challenges presented by the climate change, we are able to overcome them at the earliest we can. From the side of the government, chairperson of the foundation and the members of the board, we are at your service. You are playing a critical role to raise these discussions and to invite the audience to come and raise these issues, and we will leave this gathering empowered as the government that what is the view of the people of South Africa in order to rectify the dysfunctionality of our municipalities, beside what I have said. I therefore, Chair, want to thank the opportunity to engage on such a critical matter as we all prepare to reshape our country. If the local government is not functional, the national government will not function. the provincial government will not function. The local government holds the key in creating a conducive environment for the economy to grow. If there is no water, business people go away. If the sewage is running down the streets, customers, they don't go and buy in those areas with sewage running down the street, and as a result, shops and every business will shut down. A functional local government is a key to the functionality of the state. That is why, therefore, during the 7th administration, our slogan, our motto says, every municipality must work. Because if every municipality works, the country will work. And to make the municipality work, it remains with the electorate, not with political parties, not with councillors, but the electorate that must decide who has the capacity to service them better, make those people sit in these positions so that you can see the services you want during your lifetime. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you, Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, without talking politics, the Minister handled the theme of local government from a cooperative governance perspective, giving 3 very important guidelines. The one on competence, the relationship between competence and service. Very important. That one goes to the officials. To the voters, he said, mobilize and vote right. I hope we heard that one, Minister. And I hope you will not put it on your party's posters, but it's a very strong message. Mobilize and vote right. Not right wing, no, that's something else. And the third one to the political parties, coalition and cooperativeness between the political parties. Sir, it's a very, very strong message that you brought us here this afternoon. Thank you very much. You made a further point. You said money and resources. And by that you introduced our next speaker, Mrs. Maluleke. Local elections from a financial management and accountability perspective. We are glad to listen to you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for that very kind introduction. I did worry for a moment when he said, when you're talking about money, you introduce the next speaker. I was worried he thinks I might have money to offer. Allow me to disabuse you of any notion that that might be a case. But thank you very much, Program Director, for this afternoon. I'd like to greet the Chair of the Foundation, Mrs. Elita de Klerk, whom she and I have agreed we will refer to each other as CC going forward. Minister of COGTA, thank you very much, Honorable Velenkosini Hlabisa, for your speech and your remarks. In fact, I found myself struggling to figure out what I'm going to say, because you and I seem to agree on so much. I want to also greet the representative from the Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung, Konrad Jaecke. Thank you for your remarks as well. And again, it seems like we all seem to agree on the key messages we all need to be dealing with. So I think this afternoon should be pretty easy. The Executive Deputy Mayor of Cederberg Municipality, Dr Richards, the members of the family of Dr Franklin Sonn, I saw Heather and Chrispin who's leading them this afternoon, the worthy recipient of the 2025 FW de Klerk Goodwill Award. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, my sister, the Public Protector, Mr Mbeki, and all that are here this afternoon, let me start by saying just how delighted I am to be part of this conversation in this gathering that commemorates a very significant event in the life of our young democracy. Opportunities like this highlight the importance of openness and frank dialogue in the quest we all share to achieve a just world. Opportunities like this afford us a moment to pause and to reflect on the past, to engage frankly on the present, and to share our aspirations for a better future. The commemoration today reminds us of the North Stars of our democratic aspirations as a nation. Our conversation today focusing rightly on local government, given its significant role being at the coalface of service delivery, the sphere of government that interacts with citizens directly. And I think, as you've all said, when local government works, we know it, we feel it. And when it doesn't, equally, we know it and we feel it. It is opportune for us to focus on local government as we face up to the upcoming elections at a date that the Minister is better adept at describing and sharing with us. But indeed, all of us will have the opportunity to go and exercise our hard-fought right to choose whom will represent us, whom will lead us. The poor state of local government demands that all of us across society play our respective roles to improve our municipalities so that there are key institutions that do deliver on the aspirations of our democracy. And I like this saying, democracy must be lived. And all of us must insist that that is our reality. Today, amongst others, is a day where we remember a moment that was instrumental in moving South Africa from a divisive past to a new dispensation that acknowledges human dignity. The architectures of our Constitution saw it fit to create Chapter 9 institutions like ours, whose objective is to support our country's democracy, our constitutional democracy. The Auditor General of South Africa is the institution that I'm privileged to lead. This year, we will be celebrating 115 years of public sector auditing, supporting our country's democracy by auditing and reporting on the financial statements, reporting on compliance with legislation, and probably what we sometimes lose sight of, we give a view on the credibility of performance information for every single audit that we conduct. Quite often, public sector institutions have to report on how they have implemented the budget given unto them. So their role is not simply to talk about the debits and credits. It is also about saying, with the budget we've been given, to what extent have we actually achieved on the things we said we would do? So it's an important part of the story. We dare not stop at saying, well, our financial statements are credible, as important as that is. The key questions remain, do we operate within the rule of law? Because that's a key pillar of our democracy. And also, how transparent and accountable are we for our performance? So sometimes this aspect gets lost. And I'm grateful for the people that crafted the Public Audit Act of South Africa, which enables the Auditor General to go and audit every single public institution every single year, and to say, are the financial statements credible? Were goods and services delivered in a manner that's consistent with the law, especially in the area of procurement? And to what extent is the performance scorecard reliable? Those three aspects together create a suite of information that tells you to what extent the people leading that institution are doing so on your behalf or not. The work that we do sees us interacting with leaders across the public sector. So we will give findings and recommendations to the people that run government, but also we give citizens information every single year so that they benefit from the transparency that is available to them and they can use that information to good effect. And the work that we do, we believe, is supporting democracy, given the mandate that we have to audit independently of government and to report to citizens on how their leaders, their elected leaders, are dealing with public affairs. The International Organization for Supreme Audit Institutions, which is called INTOSAI, of which we are a member, states that the mandate of supreme audit institutions, as we are, is to promote the efficiency, accountability, effectiveness, and transparency of public administration. An independent, effective, credible supreme audit institution is therefore an essential component in a democratic system where accountability, transparency, and integrity are indispensable parts of a stable democracy. The United Nations, through its resolutions, has highlighted the importance of the role that we play as supreme audit institutions in promoting transparency, accountability, and sustainable development, as well as being instrumental in assessing the effectiveness of public spending, ensuring compliance with laws and regulations, and providing insights into the strengths and weaknesses of government operations. The World Bank has ranked the SAI of South Africa, the AGSA, as one of 2 truly independent supreme audit institutions in the world. And this is testament to the spirit of the Constitution of our Republic, as well as the provisions of the Public Audit Act. As Team AGSA, with a staff complement of just over 4,000 committed and dedicated employees, of whom about 1,300 are qualified chartered accountants, mostly young and female, we do not take this independence for granted, and we remain committed to executing our mandate without fear, favor, or prejudice. Supreme audit institutions, as I've said, are critical in measuring whether citizens derive benefits from the systems of government that they are part of and regularly vote into office. It means spotlighting the quality of government spending and questioning whether it impacts the lived realities of citizens in a demonstrable and positive way. As you may be aware, lawmakers in the country amended the Public Audit Act about 5 years ago to provide the Auditor General with powers to enforce accountability where it has failed. Where auditees, the public institutions that are the subject of our audits, where they are unresponsive to our recommendations and findings, the law now allows us to escalate the matter by issuing material irregularities. Essentially, a material irregularity relates to an instance where there is non-compliance, an instance of fraud or breach of fiduciary duty, which we can see has a negative impact in terms of a loss of public resources or even putting at risk the resources that we have, or an impact even on causing harm to the institution that they're entrusted with running, or even causing harm to the public. So this expansion of the role has allowed us to more directly link our audit findings and recommendations to matters around service delivery and building institutions. Our audit findings have also allowed, these powers, have also allowed us to play a critical role in enforcing accountability. I'm always at pains to say that we will never put anybody in orange overalls. We do not have handcuffs. We do not have guns. We are merely auditors. But the power in this mechanism allows us to make sure that our reports can't be ignored. It allows us to then translate meaningful consequences where they fail, where the people elected and appointed to mete out those consequences fail to do. Some of you may have been aware that just about 6 weeks ago, we issued what is called a certificate of debt. Essentially, it is a surcharge in the name of the accounting officer. And in this instance, it was a municipal manager who failed to live up to their legislated duties to protect public resources. And it takes a long time to do this because you've got to keep them still doing their work. But we can now harass them. We can't allow them to forget about the issue. We keep following up. We give more and more opportunities to sort out the problem, and we keep following it up. And it's only at the end of the process where we arrive at the view that indeed this particular individual has continually failed to live up to their duty to act as a responsible steward of public funds. Then we will issue that certificate of debt. Other things we're able to do are to refer matters for investigation by law enforcement. You may have seen us then being able to refer matters to other players in the ecosystem of accountability. We refer matters to the public protector, we refer to the Hawks, we refer to the National Prosecuting Authority as we need to. We also do a lot of work and referrals with the SIU, and they're able to then go and implement their powers and become more effective in doing what they need to do in chasing public funds that are being lost. As a result, I believe, of these new powers, we're seeing slightly better responsiveness on the part of accounting officers, some very encouraging shifts. We're also seeing that accounting officers, executive authorities, parliament and legislatures, as well as some municipal councils, are becoming attentive to their responsibility to prevent and deal with irregularities and their resulting impact. The money that we're able to get back into the coffers of the state at every instance, whether we do it directly as the AGSA or the accounting officers do it based on the fact that we chase them, or even the SIU does. What happens is that those resources can now come back into the fiscus and actually go ahead and deliver services. So it's an important contribution that we're able to make. With local government being the sphere that is closest to citizens and having the most significant impact on the lives of citizens, it is important that we ensure that they perform all of their given critical tasks in a way that's effective and consistent, whether it's about how they maintain stormwater drainage systems, whether it's about how they maintain roads, whether it's about making sure we have water in our taps, which is becoming a regular issue across the country, whether they make sure that our sanitation systems are effective and reliable. Municipalities, and whether they function or not, has a direct impact on how we live our lives. And one of the things that I know Minister Hlabisa raised, which we sometimes forget about, is that an effective municipality is one that is able to crowd in private sector investment. It is one that's able to have a compelling development plan and live up to its own responsibility, but also working in partnership with citizens and business. When business runs one direction and the municipality runs a different way, it simply doesn't help us. In fact, development regresses. The local economic development and programs then never happen. Job creation becomes an elusive target. And in fact, what you see is growing mistrust between even business and citizens, because citizens who really should be served by all of the initiatives, whether private sector or public sector led, then don't get the benefit of any investment that should be availed. One of the stories that we all know is that, in fact, when municipalities are dysfunctional, there's capital flight. And of course, it becomes quite a circular thing, because when capital flight happens, jobs are lost, revenue then doesn't come into the system of local government, and then the local government system in that locality continues to deteriorate. The reality, and I think we all know this, far too many municipalities are simply not delivering as they expected. And service delivery failures, the instability in councils and administrations, financial mismanagement and disregard for the law. All of these governance failures have widened the trust deficit between those who are elected and those who elect them. Local government now faces greater challenges to regain the trust of South Africans amid a shrinking revenue base and rising demands for services. The general report that we table every single year never tells an inspiring story. We try very hard to pick out the areas where things are looking better. But on the whole, if we look back at where we were 10 years ago and where we are now, there simply isn't any sign that things are improving. The trend of poor outcomes continues. Out of 257 municipalities, only 41 got clean audits. And perhaps I'll pause here to explain a clean audit. A clean audit is an outcome for a public institution that can report on their finances credibly, so their debits and credits. They report credibly on their performance report. We're not saying whether or not they have done enough to impress their citizens, but at least their report is credible, and it can form the basis of an accountability discussion, either within council or even with citizens. And they've operated within the rule of law. Too often, You hear public officials trivializing this aspect about operating within the rule of law. And many of the troubles are about the area of compliance, especially compliance with procurement legislation. Section 217 of the Constitution provides particular principles on how public procurement should run. It should be cost effective, it must provide equitable access to opportunities, it must be transparent. And as a consequence, the National Treasury, given its duties, has put in place legislation and regulations to govern how public procurement should happen. An institution run by people who respect the rule of law will observe those principles and strive to make sure that they have the type of controls and disciplines that ensure that they consistently operate within the rule of law. And the reverse is true. Where the rule of law is trivialized, that's where you end up with controls that are never fixed. You end up with discipline that is never reliable. That's where you end up with tolerance, ongoing tolerance for people operating outside of the rules. Now, yes, from time to time, you have a transaction that doesn't quite meet up to the standards. That's not a sense of chaos. For us, chaos is where year after year we give the same report and there's no action and there's no consequences. So a clean audit is indeed what we should expect out of every institution. We have another category of audit outcomes where we say it's unqualified with findings. Many municipalities want to go and celebrate when they get unqualified with findings because in their minds, they want to trivialize matters around compliance as well as matters around accountability and transparency on performance and delivery. They want you and I to celebrate with them that they've got the debits and credits right. Here's something you need to know about this area. One of the other compliance findings, even in that category, where the bulk of municipalities sit, relates to their inability to maintain proper records during the year. So they get the unqualified opinion or the credibility tick on financials after we've given them multiple opportunities to fix what they presented to us. We still give a tick on what's published, but it doesn't tell you much about the state of financial management in that environment. And so if somebody doesn't have good controls to maintain proper records during the year, it means that the quarterly financial statements that the mayor reviews and submits into council don't have credibility. And they are supposed to form the very basis of decision-making around allocation of resources. It means that the mid-year budget assessment and adjustments that are done on the basis of information that's not quite right. And it probably tells you that hardly anyone is worried about the quality of that information, and they're making decisions without actually applying themselves. When we have instances where financial management is poor, quite often performance management is poor, and most often you don't have compliance with the rule of law. And maybe it bears repeating. Compliance with the rule of law is often about not wanting to procure in a manner that's consistent with the law. And I do believe it is about time we stop trivializing it. All of us are watching inquiries and ad hoc committees in Parliament that are dealing with matters relating to the rule of law. And we're all concerned about it. In the context of public finance management, we should not trivialize observing the rule of law. If a rule doesn't suit you, change it. Don't ignore it. Don't delegitimize it. If we all agree tomorrow that we're going to have half these laws, then let's make sure we run a process to change the law. And then we will observe it. Some people say, well, the procurement laws are needing an overhaul. That's fine. But for as long as we maintain a posture that says we will tolerate people operating outside of the rule of law, it doesn't matter how good a piece of legislation you have, for as long as you don't have the disciplines, the ethics, and the expectation that people will operate within those rules, changing the law would be an exercise in futility. What we've seen also is that there are some municipalities that get disclaimers of audit opinion. That is where the financial statements given to us cannot be supported by evidence. Their records, the financial records that should accompany those financial statements are not there. And after multiple queries and multiple opportunities for the people that run that municipality to avail that information, we simply don't get it. So we end up with a disclaimer of audit opinion. It's the worst audit outcome anyone can have. Essentially, the auditor says to you, I received information, I've done my best to give you a sense of whether you can rely on it. In fact, I can say nothing about this. That's a disclaimer. And so, one piece of good news, perhaps I mustn't be all doom and gloom. Over the last few years, we've made a big noise about this because it should be intolerable for anyone who has access to public resources to not be able to tell you what they did with them. And so we've been able to knock on the door, not just of those municipalities, but also of the provincial leadership and the national leadership. And through their efforts over the last 2-3 years, we've seen a major reduction in the number of disclaimers. The other thing we're seeing is that where, especially in the Free State, some municipalities were not submitting financial statements year after year. If they submitted, it was late, and sometimes they will simply not submit. And they will still have access to public resources, grants and equitable shares, and they simply would not submit financial statements. Again, we made the point that this is intolerable. And so we found that through the interventions of the provincial leadership and the national leadership, we've been able to get at least the submissions right. It might sound like a small victory, but in our eyes as Team AGSA, it's making a marked shift in the posture of the people that run government. And so at least we've seen that, and that must be sustained. And Minister Hlabisa talks about the importance of ongoing cooperation and coordination across the different spheres of government. That's one area where we're seeing that just setting a different tone and expectations and support from national and provincial leadership, we've seen those changes. There's a great deal more to be done within local government, and I believe that if we sustain that level of support and that level of coordination and attention by the provincial and national leaders, we should be able to start seeing a change. I wanted to just talk a little bit about the matters on consultants, because we've raised this point before, and perhaps just to clarify what this is about, because every so often we issue a report and the headlines go and then people forget about it. I've been in the audit office now for about 13 years. In my first year or two, the then Auditor General started raising a concern about the use of consultants purely for compiling financial statements. And the bill was going up and up and up. We started to see it in one province, and then we saw it everywhere else. So we started to track it. About 10 years ago, we started to track it, and we tracked a few things. We would compare how much money is being spent on these consultants purely to submit financial statements. We would check how much is being spent on people employed in the municipality to do that very work. We would check the quality of financial statements that are given to us and check where the consultants are doing their work and whether there's value. And we would then try and figure out why this is going on, because this is year after year after year. Our view is that, yes, sometimes there's complexities in the accounting, so you might need an expert for something specific. That's okay. But to rely for basics, that is telling you something about institutional capacity and a posture around building institutional capacity or not. And that posture is by the mayor, by the speaker, by the municipal manager, by the CFO. A couple of things just insights we've gleaned out of this work. Where you have a mayor who's competent and attentive, they set a particular tone, and they do, with the speaker, who's similarly competent, attentive, hire an administration led by the municipal manager, who themselves is competent and attentive, and they hire a CFO. And then the mayor and the speaker allow the CM, the city manager, space to run the administration without undue interference. And then they allow them stability in their roles. When that doesn't happen, you end up with financial statements that are given after a big bill has been paid to consultants, where we still find errors in those financial statements, and where there is no accountability for performance or even transgressions. And that's where quite often you have a mayor who's not attending to their key duties, and where you have a speaker who's also not driving accountability in council. So if we sit back and say, what does this tell us? Because if it's happening on financials, trust me, it's happening on other key functions of the municipality. If we do not insist that there be a mayor who's up to the task, a speaker who's up to the task, and that they are held politically accountable because they are deployed by their political parties. If we do not insist that there be stability at council and stability in the administration, and that the administration has men and women who have competence and are disciplined about their duties, if we don't put those basics in place, we will be singing the same tune we sang 10 years ago. When we did our 2024 report, I went back to the 2014 report, and I saw the very same messages. I saw the very same analysis. So I share this with you as insight to point out to the importance of applying urgency to putting these reforms in place. There's no law that makes it difficult to do it. It's the quality of people. And it's the quality of people deployed and how they're being held accountable or not. And it's the attention all of us are paying to this space. Somebody asked me the other day, why must we worry about audits? Is this like, you tell us the same thing every single year? Is this it's a grudge purchase, we know, but it's a very expensive thing that we do every year and no one pays attention. And my team and I firmly believe that behind every audit finding is a community that's experiencing interruptions in services, whether it's water supply, malfunctioning infrastructure, or even stalled development. For example, let's consider the 68 beneficiaries that had been identified to benefit from what was ultimately a failed housing project in Inanda in KwaZulu-Natal. These beneficiaries and their families have essentially been left destitute in transit camps without access to water, sanitation, and electricity. So here's the story. In 2019, the Tsakani Municipality had promised to build 343 new housing units for these beneficiaries, and they had planned to do that by May 2021. However, when we went to site, by September 2024, we found that only 29 units, 8%, had been completed, while the project cost had increased by 43.7 million rand, and the new projected completion date had been revised to December 2024. Or perhaps the community of Seshego in Limpopo, which is served by the Polokwane municipality. They've been waiting for proper sanitation since the municipality appointed a contractor in January of 2018. And the contractor was meant to lay sewer pipelines as part of the regional wastewater treatment works. The project had a budget of 152 million rand and a planned completion date of February 2020. Poor performance by the contractor, who had already been paid 115 million, led to the council finding a replacement in February of 2023, and this at an additional cost of 112.8 million rand and a revised completion date of February 2025. This would have shown up as audit findings around procurement when the contractor was initially selected. It would have shown up as money going into the balance sheet supposedly for work in progress, and it would have shown up as a matter in the balance sheet where we thought that the number was wrong. Because now you've spent money, but there's nothing in the ground to show its value. Behind every audit finding is stalled development. These are just examples of what happens when we neglect matters around financial management, when audit reports go undealt with, and where there are no consequences for the people that procure badly, that don't deliver as contractors, that ultimately don't deliver even as employees of the municipality. When these things continue, we'll start to experience, in fact, we have started to see growing mistrust and disengagement from the democratic processes. These sorts of problems, audit findings, recommendations that go ignored, they render the hopes and aspirations that were sparked by the 1990 announcement and subsequent work to change the lives of our citizens seem unachievable. One of the things that I wholeheartedly want to put to you is that there's a particular level of complexity in running local government, and I'm sure we'll hear about it just now. If you look at the functions given to local government, and you look at the competing demands all the time, and you look even at the big budgets, especially to the metros, that are in the hands of people running those municipalities, we have to sit back and check whether or not we are applying ourselves adequately to ensuring that those institutions are indeed led by people up to the task. Metro budgets tend to be bigger than a number of listed companies on the JSE. And having spent so much time in this space, I can say this without a doubt that I'll be contradicted. Running a metro is more complex than running a profit-making entity, even with regulations around listers. There is a particular complexity which, when we deploy people who are not up to the task, we really are shooting ourselves in the foot. When you look at the role of mayor, they're supposed to ensure that councils work with them to prepare proper plans and budgets. They monitor reporting, they drive accountability, they drive consequence management. Together with councils, they're responsible for governance oversight, policy direction, holding administration accountable. When the role is understood and actually implemented effectively, you see that stability and performance improves. And then the reverse is true. Ultimately, sustainable improvement in local government begins with a choice. The choice to appoint capable people, to value competence and integrity, and to create an enabling environment where systems and processes can function as intended. Governance reforms, financial controls, and accountability mechanisms only succeed when leadership is committed to making them work. If these choices are made, the outcomes are clear. Local government can deliver services more reliably, restore public trust, stimulate local economic growth, reduce wasteful expenditure, and strengthen our democracy at its most immediate and visible level. The upcoming local government elections are therefore not only about political contests, they're about whether municipalities can fulfill their constitutional mandate and improve the lived realities of the people they exist to serve. I'll go back again a little bit to metros, because they are just so significant in our economy. With all of their financial muscle, our metros don't seem to be able to attract the talent that they need to turn their fortunes around. And here's the thing, they operate in our cities where they should be able to access talent. The metros together service 8.9 million households. That's 46% of all households in our country. They managed collectively almost 300 billion rand, 57% of the total local government expenditure budget. Most metros are characterized by instability in their councils, and they struggle to take the lead in ensuring service delivery to all their residents in a financially responsible manner. Municipalities, such as metros, should enjoy direct attention by all of us. Their strength is what is needed for us to drive better financial performance. I look forward to a time when political leadership at local government level will exercise their powers for good, where they will focus on bestowing dignity to citizens, as is provided for in our Constitution. National governments and provincial governments, premiers, members of executive councils, all of them have a mandate to support municipalities. And as I said earlier on, where that happens, improvements are seen. I'm going to end off by wrapping up the key things we want to land with yourselves. And it's things we've said consistently in all our reports. Building capable institutions with intergovernmental support that works in partnership with municipal leadership to promote strong governance within municipalities lies at the heart of success for local government. It's crucial that there be an effort, a real effort to professionalize and capacitate local government, closing the skills gaps, capacity gaps, ethical posture issues. It's also important that we instill a culture of ethics and accountability, and ensuring that there is consequence management, accountability, and ethical behavior. Creating stable, capable, cooperative, and accountable and responsive municipalities that deliver on their mandates is achievable. It's one of the goals that we should all make our business to work towards. It requires, at this time, the very same mindset that saved this country from the precipice and led to a negotiated settlement. I use this opportunity to encourage active citizenship and to urge all role players to play their part effectively. For all of us have a role in the accountability ecosystem. I equally encourage all the role players in this room to be part of the solution and to use this dialogue to shape particular initiatives that will support municipalities in driving capacity building, professionalism. I wish to conclude with a quote from Professor Will Kimlicka. It says that the health and stability of a modern democracy depends not only on the justice of its basic institutions, it also depends on the qualities and attitudes of its citizens. The democratic promise can only be realized if all of us take a stand as citizens who are committed to this country and who want to have a better future, a future that we all so richly want and so richly deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Maluleke. Minister, she also dished out some work to the citizens and to the minister. I'm not going to summarize the speech because we're a little bit behind schedule, but if I use the words accountability, responsibility, effectiveness, compliance, and rule of law, ma'am, it summarizes your speech. Thank you very much for that. And by the way, it is not part of Professor Erwin Schweller's speech at the previous event. Same words, underlining the principles of quality local government. Thank you very much, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to acknowledge 2 or 3 guests that came in a little bit later. The Public Protector, thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us. Some of the ambassadors and diplomats We really appreciate that you also joined us. Then Mr. Moletsi Mbeki, you know, he was recognized by the minister, but also we have to recognize him as one of the people who was the recipient of the award that will be handed out later this afternoon, if I cut short my speech, otherwise it will be tonight. And then Mrs. Joan Sonn. Joan, thank you very much for joining us. We welcome the rest of your family. We are so glad that you are here, but later about you more. I want to refer you to this document. On the front page, there's a guy that looks like me, and Elita, and who's this other guy? Rassi, yes. I want you to have a look at that document and the back page, and you will find there some administrative matters. It's not just administrative matters. It's part of the core management of the foundation. The people who work in the office, people putting their valuable time available to assist Elita and Christina to manage this foundation. Please have a look at the Board of Trustees. I'm not going to allow them to stand up. Some of them are so old, we'll run late. Some of them, and I won't mention Christo by name, cannot get up, you know. He's in a wheelchair. And then our patrons, which I want us to, at the future meeting, attend to a little bit more. The role of the patrons, and then the interns. And then my request to the head of the office, Mr. van der Rede, that we in future also have a list of the staff members who are actually part of the core of thinking, working, producing the wonderful work that we have here. 2 remarks before I end. May I request all the presence of all the speakers, the Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung, and Elita and Christina, and all the other board members who are here, to just please come to the front here. And Chrispin, you as well, and so that we have a photo opportunity. You have 20 minutes, please, to have your tea, and then we will have some angry people outside rushing you in so that we can continue with the rest of our program. Enjoy the tea, and when we come back, we'll continue the program.
The steps that have been decided are the following. The prohibition of the African National Congress, the Pan-Africanist Congress, the South African Communist Party, and a number of subsidiary organizations is being rescinded.
The blueprint of our constitutional democracy, which is the most progressive document in the world, which is South Africa's constitution.
We've got to build on an incredibly strong constitution, but it does mean that we have to create opportunities to discuss and renew from time to time.
It's important that civil society organizations like the FW de Klerk Foundation help with the debate about economic policies. That's why we have civil society organizations in this country.
1990 was a watershed year for South Africa. It laid a foundation for our newly founded constitutional democracy. The work of the FW de Klerk Foundation revolves around ensuring that the constitutional rights are protected, are promoted, are entrenched. My own role at the foundation is to play an advocacy role, to bring communities together. So we go and visit them, we're on the ground with communities, and through the media to inform communities nationwide about the importance of the Constitution and our Bill of Rights.
Our constitutional rights program is committed to defending the values that lie at the heart of South Africa's democracy. We do this through legal advocacy, public education, and engaging with the state. One of the most urgent threats to these rights is the National Health Insurance Act. Now, while its goal of universal health coverage is commendable, it centralizes power, weakens the private sector, and imposes rigid, state-controlled model that may collapse under its own weight. The Foundation has not only raised constitutional concerns, we have also made an impact by proposing constructive alternatives and ensuring that the Minister does not act outside of his legal powers. The program will continue to challenge unconstitutional provisions and advocate for a health system that truly heals and serves all South Africans with dignity and care.
Some say South Africa is raising a lost generation. But at the FW de Klerk Foundation, we believe the opposite. We're building an informed generation. Through our Constitutional Advancement Program, we are equipping young people with the confidence, with the knowledge, with the civic skills they need to thrive in South Africa. And how do we do this? How do we advance the youth? Well, through our groundbreaking 5-module constitutional education program, we're making sure that the Bill of Rights, economic justice, and youth empowerment really come to life. We've also partnered with the National Youth Debate Initiative and are contributing to national dialogue across South Africa. This isn't just education, this is nation building.
The Legacy program is dedicated to preserving and celebrating the life of FW de Klerk by key initiatives like conferences marking the anniversary of his 2 February 1990 speech that changed the course of South Africa. Over the years, we have had many diverse and powerful voices contribute to the dialogue on peace, democracy, and constitutionalism.
And for the first time in 30 years, we are actually living in a democratic South Africa and not South Africa where one party rules and determines all.
I was in 1990 in Matric. That's when things were changing in South Africa, and a lot was because of the president. And the foundation is doing such great work, and to be recognized by them, yeah, it's a bit emotional, but a hell of a proud and also take it as a big responsibility.
FW de Klerk spoke about his vision for the creation of the Centre for the Constitutional Transformation of South Africa to remind, educate and inform people of one of the country's greatest achievements. This vision came to life with the launch of our exhibition in November 2024.
Now, I would like to make sure that my 2 foundations, to get them to grow and to intensify their activities, which can ensure that South Africa does not lose its way because we have lost our way somewhat, can be brought back to the right track.
If you believe in a future where rights and freedoms are protected and reforms are rooted in the Constitution, we invite you to stand with us.
Join us.
Support the work.
Please stand with us to ensure that our Constitution becomes a reality for all South Africans.
Visit fwdeklerk.com.
The steps that have been decided are the following. The prohibition of the African National Congress, the Pan-Africanist Congress, the South African Communist Party and a number of subsidiary organizations is being rescinded.
The blueprint of our constitutional democracy, which is the most progressive document in the world, which is South Africa's constitution.
We've got to build on an incredibly strong constitution, but it does mean that we have to create opportunities to discuss and renew from time to time.
It's important that civil society organizations like the FW de Klerk Foundation help with the debate about economic policies. That's why we have civil society organizations in this country.
1990 was a watershed year for South Africa. It laid a foundation for our newly founded constitutional democracy. The work of the FW de Klerk Foundation revolves around ensuring that the constitutional rights are protected, are promoted, are entrenched. My own role at the foundation is to play an advocacy role, to bring communities together. So we go and visit them, we're on the ground with communities, and through the media to inform communities nationwide about the importance of the Constitution and our Bill of Rights.
Our constitutional rights program is committed to defending the values that lie at the heart of South Africa's democracy. We do this through legal advocacy, public education, and engaging with the state. One of the most urgent threats to these rights is the National Health Insurance Act. Now, while its goal of universal health coverage is commendable, it centralizes power, weakens the private sector, and imposes rigid, state-controlled model that may collapse under its own weight. The Foundation has not only raised constitutional concerns, we have also made an impact by proposing constructive alternatives and ensuring that the Minister does not act outside of his legal powers. The program will continue to challenge unconstitutional provisions and advocate for a health system that truly heals and serves all South Africans with dignity and care.
Some say South Africa is raising a lost generation. But at the FW de Klerk Foundation, we believe the opposite. We're building an informed generation. Through our Constitutional Advancement Program, we are equipping young people with the confidence, with the knowledge, with the civic skills they need to thrive in South Africa. And how do we do this? How do we advance the youth? Well, through our groundbreaking 5-module constitutional education program, we're making sure that the Bill of Rights, economic justice, and youth empowerment really come to life. We've also partnered with the National Youth Debate Initiative and are contributing to national dialogue across South Africa. This isn't just education, this is nation building.
The Legacy program is dedicated to preserving and celebrating the life of FW de Klerk by key initiatives like conferences marking the anniversary of his 2 February 1990 speech that changed the course of South Africa. Over the years, we have had many diverse and powerful voices contribute to the dialogue on peace, democracy, and constitutionalism.
And for the first time in 30 years, we are actually living in a democratic South Africa and not South Africa where one party rules and determines all.
I was in 1990 in Matric. That's when things were changing in South Africa, and a lot was because of the president. And the foundation is doing such great work, and to be recognized by them, yeah, it's a bit emotional, but a hell of a proud, and also take it as a big responsibility.
FW de Klerk spoke about his vision for the creation of the Center for the Constitutional Transformation of South Africa to remind, educate and inform people of one of the country's greatest achievements. This vision came to life with the launch of our exhibition in November 2024.
Now, I would like to make sure that my 2 foundations, to get them to grow and to intensify their activities, which can ensure that South Africa does not lose its way because we have lost our way somewhat, can be brought back to the right track.
If you believe in a future where rights and freedoms are protected and reforms are rooted in the Constitution, we invite you to stand with us.
Join us.
Support the work.
Please stand with us to ensure that our Constitution becomes a reality for all South Africans.
Visit fwdeklerk.org to learn more and to donate.
The steps that have been decided are the following. The prohibition of the African National Congress, the Pan-Africanist Congress, the South African Communist Party and a number of subsidiary organizations is being rescinded.
The blueprint of our constitutional democracy, which is the most progressive document in the world, which is South Africa's constitution.
We've got to build on an incredibly strong constitution, but it does mean that we have to create opportunities to discuss and renew from time to time.
It's important that civil society organizations like the FW de Klerk Foundation help with the debate about economic policies. That's why we have civil society organizations in this country.
1990 was a watershed year for South Africa. It laid a foundation for our newly founded constitutional democracy. The work of the FW de Klerk Foundation revolves around ensuring that the constitutional rights are protected, are promoted, are entrenched. My own role at the foundation is to play an advocacy role, to bring communities together. So we go and visit them, we're on the ground with communities, and through the media to inform communities nationwide about the importance of the Constitution and our Bill of Rights.
Our constitutional rights program is committed to defending the values that lie at the heart of South Africa's democracy. We do this through legal advocacy, public education, and engaging with the state. One of the most urgent threats to these rights is the National Health Insurance Act. Now, while its goal of universal health coverage is commendable, it centralizes power, weakens the private sector, and imposes rigid, state-controlled model that may collapse under its own weight. The Foundation has not only raised constitutional concerns, we have also made an impact by proposing constructive alternatives and ensuring that the Minister does not act outside of his legal powers. The program will continue to challenge unconstitutional provisions and advocate for a health system that truly heals and serves all South Africans with dignity and care.
Some say South Africa is raising a lost generation. But at the FW de Klerk Foundation, we believe the opposite. We're building an informed generation. Through our Constitutional Advancement Program, we are equipping young people with the confidence, with the knowledge, with the civic skills they need to thrive in South Africa. And how do we do this? How do we advance the youth? Well, through our groundbreaking 5-module constitutional education program, we're making sure that the Bill of Rights, economic justice, and youth empowerment really come to life. We've also partnered with the National Youth Debate Initiative and are contributing to national dialogue across South Africa. This isn't just education, this is nation building.
The Legacy program is dedicated to preserving and celebrating the life of FW de Klerk by key initiatives like conferences marking the anniversary of his 2 February 1990 speech that changed the course of South Africa. Over the years, we have had many diverse and powerful voices contribute to the dialogue on peace, democracy, and constitutionalism.
And for the first time in 30 years, we are actually living in a democratic South Africa and not South Africa where one party rules and determines all.
I was in 1990 in matric. That's when things were changing in South Africa, and a lot was because of the president. And the foundation is doing such great work, and to be recognized by them, yeah, it's very emotional, but a hell of a proud, and also take it as a big responsibility.
FW de Klerk spoke about his vision for the creation of the Centre for the Constitutional Transformation of South Africa to remind, educate and inform people of one of the country's greatest achievements. This vision came to life with the launch of our exhibition in November 2024.
Now, I would like to make sure that my 2 foundations, to get them to grow and to intensify their activities, which can ensure that South Africa does not lose its way because we have lost our way somewhat, can be brought back to the right track.
If you believe in a future where rights and freedoms are protected and reforms are rooted in the Constitution, we invite you to stand with us.
Join us.
Support the work.
Please stand with us to ensure that our Constitution becomes a reality for all South Africans.
Visit fwdeklerk.org to learn more and to donate.
The steps that have been decided are the following. The prohibition of the African National Congress, the Pan-Africanist Congress, the South African Communist Party and a number of subsidiary organizations is being rescinded.
the blueprint of our constitutional democracy, which is the most progressive document in the world, which is South Africa's constitution.
We've got to build on an incredibly strong constitution, but it does mean that we have to create opportunities to discuss and renew from time to time.
It's important that civil society organizations like the FW de Klerk Foundation help with the debate about economic policies. That's why we have civil society organizations in this country.
1990 was a watershed year for South Africa. It laid a foundation for our newly founded constitutional democracy. The work of the FW de Klerk Foundation revolves around ensuring that the constitutional rights are protected, are promoted, are entrenched. My own role at the foundation is to play an advocacy role, to bring communities together. So we go and visit them, we're on the ground with communities, and through the media to inform communities nationwide about the importance of the Constitution and our Bill of Rights.
Our Constitutional Rights Program is committed to defending the values that lie at the heart of South Africa's democracy. We do this through legal advocacy, public education, and engaging with the state. One of the most urgent threats to these rights is the National Health Insurance Act. Now, while its goal of universal health coverage is commendable, it centralizes power, weakens the private sector, and imposes rigid, state-controlled model that may collapse under its own weight. The Foundation has not only raised constitutional concerns, we have also made an impact by proposing constructive alternatives and ensuring that the Minister does not act outside of his legal powers. The program will continue to challenge unconstitutional provisions and advocate for a health system that truly heals and serves all South Africans with dignity and care.
Some say South Africa is raising a lost generation. But at the FW de Klerk Foundation, we believe the opposite. We're building an informed generation. Through our Constitutional Advancement Program, we are equipping young people with the confidence, with the knowledge, with the civic skills they need to thrive in South Africa. And how do we do this? How do we advance the youth? Well, through our groundbreaking 5-module constitutional education program, we're making sure that the Bill of Rights, economic justice, and youth empowerment really come to life. We've also partnered with the National Youth Debate Initiative and are contributing to national dialogue across South Africa. This isn't just education, this is nation building.
The Legacy program is dedicated to preserving and celebrating the life of FW de Klerk by key initiatives like conferences marking the anniversary of his 2 February 1990 speech that changed the course of South Africa. Over the years, we have had many diverse and powerful voices contribute to the dialogue on peace, democracy, and constitutionalism.
And for the first time in 30 years, we are actually living in a democratic South Africa and not South Africa where one party rules and determines all.
I was in 1990 in matric. That's when things were changing in South Africa, and a lot was because of the president. And the foundation is doing such great work, and to be recognized by them, yeah, it's a bit emotional, but a hell of a proud and also take it as a big responsibility.
FW de Klerk spoke about his vision for the creation of the Centre for the Constitutional Transformation of South Africa to remind, educate and inform people of one of the country's greatest achievements. This vision came to life with the launch of our exhibition in November 2024.
Now, I would like to make sure that my 2 foundations, to get them to grow and to intensify their activities, which can ensure that South Africa does not lose its way because we have lost our way somewhat, can be brought back to the right track.
If you believe in a future where rights and freedoms are protected and reforms are rooted in the Constitution, we invite you to stand with us.
Join us.
Support the work.
Please stand with us to ensure that our Constitution becomes a reality for all South Africans.
Visit fwdeklerk.org to learn more and to donate.
The steps that have been decided are the following. The prohibition of the African National Congress, the Pan-Africanist Congress, the South African Communist Party and a number of subsidiary organizations is being rescinded.
The blueprint of our constitutional democracy, which is the most progressive document in the world, which is South Africa's constitution.
We've got to build on an incredibly strong constitution, but it does mean that we have to create opportunities to discuss and renew from time to time.
It's important that civil society organizations like the FW de Klerk Foundation help with the debate about economic policies. That's why we have civil society organizations in this country.
1990 was a watershed year for South Africa. It laid a foundation for our newly founded constitutional democracy. The work of the FW de Klerk Foundation revolves around ensuring that the constitutional rights are protected, are promoted, are entrenched. My own role at the foundation is to play an advocacy role, to bring communities together. So we go and visit them, we're on the ground with communities, and through the media to inform communities nationwide about the importance of the Constitution and our Bill of Rights.
Our constitutional rights program is committed to defending the values that lie at the heart of South Africa's democracy. We do this through legal advocacy, public education, and engaging with the state. One of the most urgent threats to these rights is the National Health Insurance Act. Now, while its goal of universal health coverage is commendable, it centralizes power, weakens the private sector, and imposes a rigid, state-controlled model that may collapse under its own weight. The Foundation has not only raised constitutional concerns, we have also made an impact by proposing constructive alternatives and ensuring that the minister does not act outside of his legal powers. The program will continue to challenge unconstitutional provisions and advocate for a health system that truly heals and serves all South Africans with dignity and care.
Some say South Africa is raising a lost generation. But at the FW de Klerk Foundation, we believe the opposite. We're building an informed generation. Through our Constitutional Advancement Program, we are equipping young people with the confidence, with the knowledge, with the civic skills they need to thrive in South Africa. And how do we do this? How do we advance the youth? Well, through our groundbreaking 5-module constitutional education program, we're making sure that the Bill of Rights, economic justice, and youth empowerment really come to life. We've also partnered with the National Youth Debate Initiative and are contributing to national dialogue across South Africa. This isn't just education, this is nation building.
The Legacy program is dedicated to preserving and celebrating the life of FW de Klerk by key initiatives like conferences marking the anniversary of his 2 February 1990 speech that changed the course of South Africa. Over the years, we have had many diverse and powerful voices contribute to the dialogue on peace, democracy, and constitutionalism.
And for the first time in 30 years, we are actually living in a democratic South Africa and not South Africa where one party rules and determines all.
I was in 1990 in Matric. That's when things were changing in South Africa, and a lot was because of the president. And the foundation is doing such great work, and to be recognized by them, yeah, it's a bit emotional, but a hell of a proud and also take it as a big responsibility.
FW de Klerk spoke about his vision for the creation of the Centre for the Constitutional Transformation of South Africa to remind, educate and inform people of one of the country's greatest achievements. This vision came to life with the launch of our exhibition in November 2024.
Now, I would like to make sure that my 2 foundations, to get them to grow and to intensify their activities, which can ensure that South Africa does not lose its way because we have lost our way somewhat, can be brought back to the right track.
If you believe in a future where rights and freedoms are protected and reforms are rooted in the Constitution, We invite you to stand with us.
Join us.
Support the work.
Please stand with us to ensure that our constitution becomes a reality for all South Africans.
Visit fwdeklerk.org to learn more and to donate.
Can we take our seats, please? We are exactly 30 minutes behind on schedule. And if you know the quality of the wine that we will have at the cocktail reception, you will only have yourself to blame. I wanted to make a few political jokes, but then I was put off by the Donald Trump, Trevor Manuel threats going around. So, Trevor Noah, yeah. You see, there I'm in court. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 more events. And if the different events keep to the program, we will not be very late for our cocktail. So, I know it's a long afternoon, but you can't differ with me that it is high quality. It's protein. It's protein for our political thinking. You know, we started with the minister, and we listened to the Auditor General, and now we're going to grassroots level. And we have Dr. Ruben Richards, who is the executive mayor of Cederberg Municipality, to take us through the local elections from a private-public partnership. Now, you heard that in both the previous speeches. Interesting, he's both a pastor and an engineer. They were not very good at building the Tower of Babel. What is Tower van Babel in English? But let's listen to his practical implementation of the principles we had this afternoon. Please.
Thank you, Chairperson. I had a different introduction prepared until I discovered that there's Germans in the house. So best let me do, with my fumbling German, say to our Konrad-Adenauer friends, es freut mich, hier zu sein. Und diese Mitarbeiter zwischen diesen 2 Stiftungen, es freut mich sehr. So, well done. Yeah? Okay. Now I can get to the salutation of my speech. Program Director, Chairperson of the Foundation, distinguished guests, both in the room and those online, colleagues in public service, and fellow South Africans. I want to make 3 confessions today. They are deeply personal, but not unique to me. I suspect they echo the lived reality of many councillors, mayors, municipal officials, and ordinary citizens across our country. And so I've entitled this address, Confessions of a Councillor. My confessions are simple. First, I confess that I am confused. Second, I confess that I am naive. And third, I confess that I am blindly, perhaps foolishly, patriotic. To explore these confessions, let me ask you 3 deceptively simple questions. Please don't answer them out loud. Just sit with them, as the psychologists will tell us. The first question, have you ever felt truly confused? Unsure of what is real, what is promised, and what is actually possible? My second question, have you ever realized, perhaps painfully, that you were actually naive and gullible? That you trusted a system, a process, a person, only to discover you have been misled? And finally, have you ever felt deeply proud to be a South African, only to have that pride collide with embarrassment or even shame? These are not academic questions. These are profoundly human questions. They also help to explain my unexpected journey from private citizen to farmer to executive mayor. More about that in a moment. Importantly, these questions help us go to the heart of what is broken and what must be fixed in South Africa. The Auditor General herself, who is in the room, so I can't tell stories, the Auditor General herself paints a bleak picture of local government, revealing a horror story of apocalyptic proportions. Conservatively stated, more than a quarter of municipalities are dysfunctional. Governance is weak, finances are broken, institutions are hollowed out, and corruption and political instability are widespread. A familiar narrative. At least 30% of municipalities supply undrinkable water to residents. Cederberg Municipality was one of those dysfunctional municipalities, until a new approach came along. An approach based on a public-private partnership driven by a community engagement ethos and led by a group of people who call themselves Cederberg First Residents Association. And because Afrikaans is the lingua franca there, it is called and shortened to Cederberg Eerste. The questions I've posed to you compete with the noise we all carry into this room. We live in a turbulent world. Wars grind on with no moral resolution. Civil conflicts continue to displace millions. Geopolitical tensions simmer, and the language of force increasingly replaces the language of law. Closer to home, the noise is familiar. Service delivery failures, an economy stuck below 1% growth, rising poverty and unemployment, violent crime and unbridled gender-based violence, commissions of inquiry with few tangible outcomes, institutional decay, and a steady erosion of public trust, to name but a few concerns that keep me awake at night. As a country, we seem to have lost our critical north and risk losing our soul if things do not change. And looming over all of this is the 2026 local government elections, an inflection point that will shape municipalities and signal the trajectory of our democracy beyond 2029. Let me now explore in more detail each of my confessions, and let me start with confession number 1, my confusion. Yes, I have been confused. My wife will tell you that I am permanently confused. And after a few decades of marriage to the same woman, I've learned that such feedback should not be ignored, Minister. At the end of 2019, I did what many South Africans do. I followed my instincts, supported by a due diligence report, and moved from Cape Town to a small town called Clanwilliam in the Cederberg region to pursue commercial citrus farming. 2 months later, COVID shut down the world. But COVID was not the confusion. The confusion was this: I went to farm oranges, and instead I became the executive mayor of the Cederberg local municipality, first established in 1808. The Cederberg Municipality, 3 hours northwest of Cape Town, has jurisdiction over an area covering 8,000 square kilometers and is divided into 6 wards, stretching from Lambert's Bay on the Atlantic coast to Wuppertal, the Moravian mission station in the mountains in the east. These are towns, or more appropriately, wards, not only separated by distance, and in this instance, separated by 150 kilometers as the crow flies, but also separated by culture and heritage. Agriculture and tourism dominate: citrus, rooibos, wine, table grapes. And the region is also the cultural heartland of Khoi and San heritage, including Elands Bay, now recognized by the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization as the cradle of human culture. This municipal region hums with indigenous and colonial ancestry. Yet, when we took office in November 2021, we found a municipality that was administratively and institutionally compromised. I did not go to the Cederberg to fix politics. I went to grow oranges. And that was the beginning of my cognitive dissonance, or what some might call confirmation of my false consciousness. Instead of oranges, I inherited unfunded budgets, sewage spills, illegal waste sites, and institutional collapse. Why was this municipality so woefully neglected by its political parties and local politicians for so many years? And with 2021 elections looming, now what? The short answer is that residents decided in 2021 that party politics had failed them and that a different solution was required. They formed a community organization called Cederberg First Residents Association, shortened to Cederberg Eerste, and focused exclusively on local government and even more narrowly on the Cederberg, where we live and have our being. The Independent Electoral Commission confirmed our registration barely a few weeks before the election. We then launched what many thought was a hopeless campaign. Against all odds, we achieved the second highest number of votes in the 2021 local government elections. We formed a coalition, entered council, and through subsequent by-elections became the majority party in council. I was appointed executive mayor. One Sunday morning, a fellow councillor and I stood next to a sewage pond after a pump failure. Few things ground you in reality like untreated sewage. I remember wondering whether I was having a bad dream or whether I had truly signed up for this mission in local government. And I tell this story in English because if I told it in Afrikaans, all I will say, ek was diep, and so on. I went from oranges to sewage. My confusion deepened. My second confession is more uncomfortable. I was naive. In other words, I was gullible. I believed that if you fixed what was broken, stabilized finances, restored services, appointed competent staff, improved governance, reasonable people like the Minister and like the Auditor General would acknowledge that, you know. Pardon me, you are going to be the butt of my jokes today. When we took office, the municipality was bankrupt, beheaded, and broken. The title of a speech I delivered to council, not that they were very pleased with it. The municipality was technically insolvent, lacked permanent senior management, and faced environmental and administrative collapse. We later discovered classical conditions, Minister, for municipal capture. 4 of the previous executive mayors now currently occupy senior positions in the administration, all from one particular political party. Despite floods, bruising political warfare, repeated motions of no confidence, and by-elections caused by floor crossing, we stabilized governance within 1 term. We restored clean water for the first time in 2 decades. We improved revenue collection and reduced unsustainable expenditure. We addressed sewage spills and environmental non-compliance. We repaired infrastructure, rebuilt basic services, and restored supplier confidence. You know that you're in trouble when the hardware store in a rural farming area refuses to do business with a local municipality. We moved from unfunded to funded budgets. In November 2025, which is a few months ago, we achieved a clean audit, placing Cederberg among a small minority of municipalities to achieve clean audits. The Auditor General will tell you that roughly 16% of municipalities achieve a clean audit. And what was the reward for such a dramatic turnaround in governance and excellent financial management? You guessed it. Repeated motions of no confidence. Here lies the paradox. Indeed, an empirical anomaly. Governance theory assumes that improved outcomes generate institutional support. In practice, competence is a threat in dysfunctional systems. When chaos benefits a few, order becomes the enemy. Interestingly, at one point, our entire Cederberg Eerste caucus was charged with breaching the code of conduct for allegedly not acting in the municipality's best interest. That is when my political naivete ended. I quickly discovered that motions of no confidence in general lacked legal and factual foundation and were more often a display of raw and unbridled lust for political power. Power at any cost, even if it means destroying the reputation of a fellow councillor. Coming from the private sector, this was a shock to us. Our caucus consisted of farmers, engineers, security professionals, lawyer, and a private sector tax consultant. That's us. Our current by-election candidate, for example, is an 80-year-old grandmother. We are not career politicians. We believed rational governance would be rewarded. I learned a hard truth, a truth that you know well. No good deed goes unpunished. And now my third confession. I am foolishly patriotic. I still believe South Africa matters, that communities matter, that loyalty, trust, and good faith belong in private life, in public life, excuse me. This kind of thinking, I know, is unfashionable. Politics today speaks the language of betrayal, opportunism, and permanent campaigning. I, on the other hand, persist, perhaps stubbornly and foolishly, to speak the language of responsibility, reconciliation, and patriotism. Local government, in my view, is too fragile for sabotage, endless factional warfare, and floor crossing. My plea is simple. Do the basics properly, and do them together for the sake of our country. If that makes me old-fashioned and patriotic, I plead guilty. How did this public-private, community-driven approach emerge in the Cederberg? The short answer is that one night in Clanwilliam, over pizza, and I suppose I could just say this publicly, you can bribe me with a pizza. I just want to place it on record. It's got to be the thick-based pizza, sorry. One night over pizza, community and business leaders convinced me that if residents did not intervene, the municipality would collapse completely. I agreed to be the leader on one condition. This had to be a team effort. Success, after all, is a team sport. And so, residents took the brave step and put aside their ideological and racial differences and their racial and ideological interests in the interest of service delivery. And did what? And voted for Cederberg Eerste. After all, local government is about services. Provincial and national government is about ideology and policy. But at the local level, it's all about services. We all drink the same water, after all. We all want our garbage collected, after all. We all drive on the same roads, after all. Local government was never my career plan. My wife will tell you that. I've done many things, and I've desired to do many things. Local government was not one of them. My background spans the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, where I served as the Executive Secretary, the Scorpions, where I was the founding Deputy Director General, academia, where I'm a visiting professor, business, where I chair boards of listed companies, and writing books, and some of my books are out in the foyer. I had no idea how toxic and how dangerous local government could be. In parts of our country, councillors literally risk their lives. This is not rhetoric, it is fact. I have great admiration for Minister Hlabisa and the councillors in the KwaZulu-Natal province, for example, where you literally take your life into your hands by agreeing to participate in local government. Reports tell us that more councillors are killed in KwaZulu-Natal than in the drug wars in Colombia. Reports from SALGA, that's the South African Local Government Association, and other independent entities confirm the worrying reality that councillors get gunned down to win political fights. Local politics in some areas of our country has become a deadly war zone. Cederberg first, Cederberg eerste, ran what the media mockingly called a no promises campaign. No jobs, no houses, no miracles. Our emphasis was clean water, clean towns, and clean administration. Skoon water, skoon dorpe, skoon administratie, which is nothing other than the constitutional mandate of a municipality. Our first act was diagnosis. Our operating principle from the medical world was prescription without diagnosis is malpractice. In politics, malpractice is called treason, if not municipal genocide. We decided to follow the money, only to discover there was none. Expenses exceeded income. Salaries were paid with Eskom's money. When I explained insolvency, opposition councillors accused me of lying. Financial illiteracy in local government is widespread and dangerous, as the Auditor General will confirm. Needless to say, opposition councillors called for my dismissal and the appointment of an independent consultant to explain that when expenses exceed income, things are okay. I think these are the consultants appointed by the Auditor General's office, no? It is significant that South Africa is revising the 1998 White Paper on Local Government under the leadership of our Minister, here present. Some of the assumptions of 30 years ago are no longer valid. 30 years ago, Eskom's collapse was unthinkable. Climate change was ignored, political fragmentation underestimated, and the impact of technology and certainly AI completely unimaginable. Yet the core mandate of a municipality remains remarkably simple: clean water, clean towns, clean administration. If municipalities cannot do the basics, democracy at the local level collapses, a theme that has come through from both the two previous speakers. This is the real risk facing our democracy. Program Director, I hasten to a conclusion with an uncomfortable yet sobering fact. A municipality is neither a charity nor an employment agency. It is a service delivery business, legislated by government, consequently raising the disjuncture between constitutional mandates and political incentives. I remind you, and I remind South Africa, electricity is not free. Water is not free. Waste removal is not free. Telling residents not to pay for services in exchange for their votes is not compassion, it is institutional sabotage. It destroys revenue culture and leaves municipalities ungovernable. In this regard, local government is the biggest unpriced risk in the South African economy. We do well to inform legislators that residents don't live in constitutional textbooks. They live in neglected towns and villages. Local government is their closest sphere, and the mayor becomes the face of every failure, regardless of jurisdiction. Provincial roads collapse, mayor's fault. Eskom fails, mayor's fault. Floods and climate change, mayor's fault. I didn't realize I was that powerful. This centralization and focalization around the mayor is politically dangerous and institutionally corrosive. But where else do people go, and who else can they blame? Somehow, we need to force legislative accountability and expose how national and provincial failures are dumped on local municipalities. As I conclude, let me say a quick word to the business community. If the private sector does not help rebuild municipal capability, the private sector will continue to pay a premium for state failure. And that, in essence, is what we as Cederberg Eerste have tried to do from inside the system by taking control of governance and demonstrating that private-public partnership and community engagement can work to improve local government. The 2026 local government elections will not be won by slogans, but by honesty. My plea to councillors, both current and aspiring, my plea is simple. Tell the truth. Educate voters. Stop making populist promises. Reward competence and practice practical patriotism. Let me end where I began, with my 3 confessions. I confess that I am confused. But now I know why. Because capable governance is punished, not rewarded. I admit that it is rough in local government. It is a bruising environment. But I'm still standing in the trenches. I confess that I'm naive. Now I know why. Because I believed outcomes matter. I desperately want to believe in the good of others, in spite of baseless motions of no confidence. And trust me, I've had 4. However, we urgently need to find an institutional shield for ethical and competent councillors, because if we don't, local democracy will continue to bleed from the inside. My 3rd and final confession remains. I confess to still being foolishly patriotic. Now I know why. Because I still believe South Africa can do better. Our story and experience as Cederberg Eerste is not unique. That is, I don't think so. There are many like us who are making a constitutional distress call from the coalface of governance. If Parliament and government at large does not realign powers, funding, and accountability, then municipalities will remain the scapegoat for a state that refuses to fix itself. Rome was not built in a day. Neither will our municipalities be rebuilt overnight after decades of neglect. But if we get the basics right, we give democracy a fighting chance. So why do we do it? In short, sounds trite. Because we love our country. We, and let me speak for myself, I believe a better South Africa is possible. I believe better leadership is possible. I remain confused, I remain naive, I remain foolishly patriotic. And perhaps that is exactly what local government needs to survive. Perhaps it needs confused, naive, and foolishly patriotic residents to rescue our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Richards. I think you concluded if the minister can get what he wants and the Auditor General can get what she wants, we won't be confused anymore. Thank you very much for that summary. And there's nothing wrong with liking pizza. It depends on which card you use to pay for it. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to have a well-disciplined 45 minutes if we want to go home tonight and say that the master of the ceremony tried his best. Professor Lucky Matabula will lead our Q&A session, the panel discussion. Prof. Lucky, if you can come and take your seat with the speakers. Minister, please. Mrs. Maluleke, please. And Dr. Richards, please. Are you okay? Prof. Lucky will be in control of this session. And we already disagreed on the time that he will need. He asked for 2 hours, and I cut him back to 5 minutes. So, you know, we're both very irrational. After this session, we will have our ceremony to hand over the Goodwill Award. And I ask you to please also remain for that session of this event, which is very important. Prof. Lucky, your 7 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Christina. Let me observe all protocols to save time and say all that have been acknowledged, I also acknowledge you. Thank you. 7 minutes is 2 rounds, 1 minute in boxing. So the person is really punished at that time. So it's a lot of time, don't worry. Let me confess that I don't have a confession. And let me start by taking questions from the floor. I have questions that I want to ask each of the panelists, but I want to be last if I have the time. But let me not take your time. Let me allow you to go first. If there are any questions, points of clarity that you'd like to ask the panelists here. We've got the Auditor General here. We've got the Minister Hlabisa here. Then we've got Dr. Ruben here. So we've got all parts of local government. You know, the eyes that check, the policy maker, and we also have where the tire hits the ground. So we've got roaming mics here, guys. I've got 2 people with roaming mics in here. So let me see your hands, please. I want to see your hands. The Deputy Chairperson will be last. You are last, you are noted but last. The first, let's go there. Yeah, there. Yatami. And then Ikuom Gafua. And I'm going to take 2 this side. Let me see if I have 2 this side. Sister here, and yes, ma'am. I've got 4 in that order. Yes, let's start with you.
Sorry, can you hear? To the panelists, thank you very much for the illuminating speeches. But I would like to ask about the elephant in the room. Where are these competent, non-politically motivated, non-greedy motivated individuals going to come from to lead the 230-odd municipalities that are non-dysfunctional, that are going to lead the Section 9 institutions, and that are going to lead many of our government departments?
Okay, that was the first question. Hope it's noted.
I think we're all privileged to be in this room this afternoon with the AG and the Minister together under one roof. Being an ex-councillor myself, I think I fully understand what you're trying to tell us. If we look at the local government environment today, it was mentioned here quite a few times this afternoon that we are deeply in trouble as far as local governance is concerned. And one of the things that I think that we can do fairly easily, and that's why I'm glad the Minister and the AG is together, we can most definitely change our law very quickly where the Section 56s are appointed permanently. We desperately need municipal managers and city managers that know what they're doing, that are not shunted around every 5 years by the change, or even less, by the change of political parties. I live in a very well-operating municipality, Drakenstein, just down the road, but I also have an interest in a municipality in the Eastern Cape, where we have had 7 acting municipal managers in 5 years. And I know why that municipality's ceiling is falling in on the municipal manager's head. Please assist us in getting the law changed. I think it's not a big thing to do, but get proper, competent people employed to serve a term.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you to all the speakers. You know, really your speeches and what you're talking about, it gives hope, and I think we need that. My question is around the budgets and the working together between the different spheres of government, which sounds like a very good idea, but just on a practical level, how will that work so that, because now you have national and provincial and local working together, so that it does not cause a stalemate or a gridlock or an unnecessary delay when money is needed and it has to be, you know, given the all clear so it can move ahead with services, etc., that are desperately needed. Thank you.
Okay. There was you then. Which one? There. Which one? There. And then I'll take my deputy, then will be last, then my deputy chair. And if questions are closed,
Thank you very much, Professor. My name is Arlen Kluter. I'm from the University of the Free State, and we do research in local government. So I just come from a municipality where they've appointed us to assist in terms of looking at the work skills plan. So my question to the AG and probably to the Minister as well, you know, there's a problem in the problem of local government. We see it as people, that we're not auditing the managing of people, that managers themselves are really guilty of not managing the development of people. And so the institutional capacity, our research year after year shows that we are not properly managing that process. Now, what can we do? We've recommended that that should be included even as part of the material irregularities, where managers are failing in their duty to create that environment for people development. Because how else do we explain almost 28 years of the Skills Development Act and the Employment Equity Act? We still talk about a capacity problem of local government. So the problem is not the law. You know, there's very enabling legislation. It's the will to enact that. So just your comments on that, the Minister as well as the AG. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr.
Sir, how are you? Sabon, thank you very much. My name is Wandile Nzuza. I'm a teacher to these 3 dashing young men over here. Please do greet them when you get the opportunity. I'd like to know, in your 3 different capacities, in your 3 different roles, what do you wish it was that we teachers spent more time teaching the future generations? A common theme has often, listening to you this afternoon, has been lack of knowledge, lack of understanding, those types of themes across 3 different areas of South Africa. So my question to you is, what do you wish we were teaching them for future? Thank you.
Thank you, Meneer. Let me have you. I will give you mine, don't worry.
Thank you very much. I was wondering, why are so many local councillors killed? And obviously it's not because of the salary that they receive, it's because of the position and the opportunities that this kind of role has for them, to exploit the system, to get money out of the system. And when I read the book, and I trust many of you have read it, The Shadow State, what became very clear is that the whole procurement system is a system that is totally flawed, and where a lot of people get money out that should go to hospitals, should go to schools, whatever. And one possible solution to avoid that would be to use technology, to digitalize, for example, the procurement process totally, from the awards to the applications to the kind of awarding the tenders. So my question is actually to you, Mrs. Maluleke, how far do you use modern technology in eradicating corruption and making sure that money is spent where it should spend and is not diverted into private pockets? Thank you.
Thank you. Now I have the power to decide who answers first. I break protocol. I would like the minister to be last, so that he can sum up where colleagues have not covered. He sits at the IPEX policy space. Let me start. We're reversing it now. Coalface.
Thank you. I will address the question around what do we teach people. What you're alluding to is a huge vacuum or a gap in the consciousness of our society as South Africans, a lack of an understanding of civic responsibility. It should be a core subject in the curriculum in every grade. Second, the issue of identity. You will recall how President Mbeki many years ago struggled just to get a pledge of allegiance to be said at schools, to give kids a sense of identity, which then has the corollary of a sense of belonging. So those would be the three things I would recommend, to be very direct around the curriculum adjustments that need to be made. I will not comment or share my views on the people who currently control the curriculum, because I think I might not be invited back here. Try this one.
Okay, thank you. Quick answer to the one of the curriculum. I would agree civic responsibility. I would also add ethics. I worry that we don't spend enough time teaching that at the different levels, even up to university.
Just get closer to your mic.
Okay. I was saying that, yes, I agree civic responsibility is crucial to be taught. I would add ethics right through the schooling system, even into tertiary. If you think about the problems we have, even technocrats like accountants and lawyers and engineers, if you taught them ethics, I think that would be a good thing. In terms of the technology, can I go ahead and answer that one? Yeah. I think it's a good idea. Trying to automate any of these processes would add controls, would also drive efficiency. But that can only work in an environment where the leadership prioritizes ethical conduct and drives consequence management when that is not evident. Many municipalities have got financial management systems that are automated, and those investments have been made. But what we find is that they are just as sooner being bypassed. And there's an Excel spreadsheet on the side, and there's some documents that are missing. So automation can help, but it can only help if there is a culture of ethical conduct, of discipline, of following up when things go wrong and acting on that. Otherwise, it'll never really pay off. There was a question about the skills and where you can get people. I agree that the law should be changed to make sure that there is some stability. I'm not sure if you can indicate that someone must be employed permanently for 10 or 15 years. I think it's about the principle of stability. I know that there was a regulation that allows for the municipal manager to be in the space beyond the transition of a new council. And I think that helped to drive some stability. But I think it's about also making sure that the people at the helm of the municipality understands the importance of stability. By the way, we've run statistics and we've looked at this thing for many years in my office. There is a direct correlation between stability at the level of MM, municipal manager, and CFO on the one hand, and audit outcomes. So the dysfunction is where there's huge instability, more than skills, by the way. More than skills, we found the correlation is between stability at those critical levels and performance on the other hand. So we can change the law, but it's about making sure that the mayor, the speaker, so the political executive leadership that's being deployed are skilled, have the ethics, and understand their job. Hire people of competence, put in place an environment and a culture where there are clear performance objectives and you hold people accountable and you monitor what they do. And of course, that means you as the political leadership must have skill, but you must also have discipline. And I think those are the questions that were posed to me. Thank you.
Okay, now let's get the minister. I think you
would. I think I can only add one aspect to the last question. What would we feel should be taught at school? They covered me on the issue of patriotism, responsibility, but I want to single out humanism. There is one problem we're not talking about: gender-based violence and femicide. In every 3 hours, one woman is killed by a male in South Africa. And it's a horrible figure. While we're talking about local government, because you said at school, we need to start teaching our young boys to respect women, because it's very bad. Where are we going to get the employees who will be non-political? We're not going to get them. We will get employees who are patriots, who go and vote, but who do not practice politics at work, who know that work is a workspace where you need to do right at the right time. If you have the employees who are patriots, who love their country, they will protect the resources of the municipality, because they know they have a salary they earn at the end of the year, of the month. The resources available are for the benefit of the community. Even at a political level, if you have leaders who are ethical, they won't abuse state resources, because they know that the resources at their disposal is for the benefit of the people. In terms of the period for municipal managers, for Section 56, they are permanent now, which brings a sense of professionalization. If you hire a cadre and make him or her permanent, it's a problem. Because you deploy the cadre not on the basis of qualification and competence. But if you deploy a Section 56 on a permanent basis with competencies, they will be assisting new councils, stable municipalities. The employees are stable in that municipality. In a municipality where employees are in and out, you won't find stability, even good audit outcomes. We are in a process of proposing that MMs should be a period of 10 years, because they have 1 year overlapping from the old council to a new council. Then changing them after 5 years is not working. At least 10 years should be a period for the MM to stay, so that you do not keep them for too long, because the system is likely to corrupt them. Yeah, one budget. The concept of one budget does not necessarily mean that there will be one budget for all 3 spheres of government. It means it's a concept where the budgets for 3 spheres of government, because they all filter down, they are coordinated at a ground level. In Municipality A, Cederberg Municipality, how much is the budget of the municipality? How much is the allocation of projects from the province coming to the municipality? How much the allocation from national government in terms of project coming to the municipality? You factor in all the projects into a concept of one budget. But a municipality runs its own budget, but they know we have 7 million extra from province, and we are not going to duplicate. And we have 10 million extra from the national government in 4 different projects, and we are not going to duplicate with your municipal budget. So now it's a one budget in a concept of the 3 spheres. All their projects are calculated under one basket, even if the money is not in the in the kitty of the municipality, but in terms of projects, you know how much money is spent by the 3 spheres of government within a municipality. The private sector will come on board with R1 million. You include that R1 million in your calculation in terms of the money we are operating on in terms of budget in a municipality. There is just one point which my Honorable Mayor indicated, which will be a solution once you have competent mayors and employees. Because a competent CFO will bring to the attention of the MM that the budget is unfunded. And a competent CFO will say, we are not going to pay for this because it is not budgeted for. In a municipality where you have a well-qualified, competent CFO, that is the person who makes the municipality to get the clean audit, because he or she is the one who turns down certain invoice and said, I'm not going to pay for this one because it's not in the budget. And I'm not going to pay for this one because the paper tray is not clean on this one. A municipality, a mayor that is not competent will adopt the unfunded budget and go and commit lies and say we're going to build a road. He knows there is no money for road, but he's going to commit it. But a competent mayor like the mayor seated next to me will not do that. The budget will be for what is available, and the expenditure is what is available.
Thank you. I was serious when I said only the hands that I chose. we still have an award to give here. There's one question I wanted to ask. We spoke about competence and then we limited ourselves to the mayor, the speaker, the MM and the CFO. Local government that worked in the past worked on the basis of the 5 key positions. That was the city engineer. I want to call them the way they were called, not this language of today, corporate services. There was a city engineer. There was a city treasurer, which you call CFO. And then there was a city planner. Then there was a town treasurer or city treasurer. Then there was a treasurer. The treasurer handled the legal things and what we call corporate services today. Then there was the town clerk. And all these 5 positions, which is the city man, were regulated by the professions they come from. I remember you would not be a municipal manager, a town treasurer in Pretoria if you have never been to Wheatbank or Boksburg. That's how it was regulated. When we see you appointed at Boksburg or Wheatbank, which is Emalahleni today, or you were either at Polokwane, we knew that that man is on his way to Pretoria. We also knew about people that went to Joburg, to the city. We could see they would have to be in that city and that city. But that was to regulate that the metros, they get the best that came through the ranks. Now, I want to know, Minister AG, what are the policy instruments that are returning us to that? Because you can't be a chartered accountant and be given a listed company if you have not audited a particular size of a company and where your capacity talk comes from there. Just that question, then from there, could see Nanesek 80 so.
So what I find is that there isn't attention to ensuring that professionals are in those roles. That's the first thing. And then sometimes even if a CA, let's just use that profession for a moment, is hired, they don't stay in a toxic environment. And by toxic, I'm saying where there's undue interference from councillors on tenders, where they're being forced to make payments when they shouldn't, and sometimes they're locked in a room and forced to process payments that they know they shouldn't do, and these are real stories. So of course no professional wants to stay in an environment like that. So it's about the tone and the culture in that environment, and that is primarily set by the political leadership. The part about what actually happens on the ground. The Buffalo City Municipality, which is in East London, which is a proper town, right, didn't have a city engineer for a total of 72 months. Now, this might not show up as an audit query. It shows up in their accountability document as a city. They write it in their annual report. And it was therefore curious to me why no one had ever asked why you're not appointing a city engineer with all the infrastructure issues we know exist within the city. It then says there are many layers of oversight that seem not to be working. Even if it has showed up as an audit query, the idea that no one has asked, the council's simply not worried about it. The provincial leadership is not worried about it, in that COCTA and the Premier are not asking those questions. The legislature, the Speaker and the provincial legislature are not worried about it. And at national level, nobody's looking at that. And these are all the layers that currently exist. So I know there was a question asked about audit. Where I'm going with this input is that unless we worry about the quality of leaders we have in the different levels, we're not going to be able to resolve the issue. Because East London shouldn't struggle to attract a city engineer. Clanwilliam might struggle a little bit, right? But East London, for 72 months, and the role was budgeted for, so it's not a financial problem. It is a leadership question where nobody's worried about the critical things. We can look at policy. At the end of the day, it comes down to whom are we giving the responsibility to serve as a steward of public institution, and in many ways, a steward of our hopes and aspirations.
In the white paper review, one of the recommendations, Prof, is the one that you're talking about, because the professionalization of staff, that is where we want to go, that in these specialized fields, a person should be belonging to a professional body. It's one thing that is going to be prominent in the recommendation of the white paper. I think I can go as short as that one.
Thank you. Let us give them another round of applause and thank them for the insights they gave us. I have comfort that our country is properly audited. Ms. Maluleke. And I have comfort that the policy environment is in good hands. Minister Hlabisa. While he commented on the education, he has a teaching background. He was a teacher, and that's why he couldn't leave the opportunity to speak to a colleague there. Let me thank Dr. Ruben. Thank you. It is also refreshing to know that there's a mayor that has facilitated the writing of 2 volumes of books. I've seen the books outside there. You are a rare find in the space that you are working on. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them an applause again. Thank you. Kutsie, Nanesek 8. We can, yeah.
Prof. Lucky, thank you very much. You have 7 seconds left. Ladies and gentlemen, if you know Prof. Lucky Matabula, you will know that this afternoon he established the impossible. Thank you very much, Lucky. I was so worried when everybody started to talk about academic qualifications because that's his field. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to look at a 1-minute video which will set the tone for what will happen hereafter, please. Both of the screens.
Now, the FW de Klerk Foundation, we've become like a family. So many years, the same people. In 2010, we started giving the Goodwill Award. The award recognizes individuals, organizations that have exceptional contributions made to promoting goodwill, reconciliation, and unity among South Africans. The 2025 award is presented posthumously to Dr. Franklin Sonn in recognition of his lifelong service to South Africa and his outstanding contribution to an amazing approach to many spheres of society, from reconciliation and constitutional democracy. We in the foundation, we were talking about him, how much we wanted to award him that award, and then he passed away. So we arrived at the funeral, dumb spell, you know, because you were in our hearts. Dr. Sonn, he had a brave leadership, moral authority, and unwavering commitment to the common good were evident across education, business, diplomacy, and public life. He embodied the values of unity, transformation, and principled leadership that lie at the heart of this award. Through his life's work, Dr. Sonn helped shape more than a just an inclusive society in South Africa, leaving a legacy that continues to inspire. It is with deep respect and gratitude that the FW de Klerk Foundation honors his memory. Oh, the brother is there. Hello, sorry. If I may say something from my personal life, I met Dr. Sonn in 1993 in Oslo. I was waiting for the lift to come in the hotel. I went into the lift and there he was. I didn't know him, but he mesmerized me. What a wonderful, charismatic human being. Warm, kind, learned. He had it all. And you, my dear Joan, I got to know, you were always by his side in your elegant pace, always there in your elegant pace. Chrispin, Heather, Anna, I really feel for you being here, but he's here. So please, may we present you this award from the bottom of our hearts.
Chairperson of the FW de Klerk Foundation, Elita de Klerk, thank you very much for this opportunity, for the way you've received our family and for the support that you've offered us through our time of bereavement, your attendance at the funeral, but your messages to our family. We are really deeply grateful for your effort, your humanity and your care. Kutsia, baie dankie vir die manier hoe jy die program lei. To the Honourable Minister Hlabisa, Auditor General Maluleke, Dr Ruben Richards, who I've had the privilege of knowing for a very long time, and if you'll allow me also a good friend, Moletsi Mbeki. Very nice to see you here. To all the members of the Diplomatic Corps, thank you for being present at this very special event for our family. Present here today to receive this award is my mother, Joan, my sister, Heather, my wife, Lisa, and my father's brother, Julian. We are honored and delighted to accept this award and recognition on behalf of our father, who passed away on the 15th of November and whose death has left a huge hole in our lives. We are grateful that you've decided to award our father with this honor and thankful for the support the foundation has bestowed on us during our time of grief. Franklin Sonn would have been very proud to have received this award today, and no doubt would have used this platform to share his thoughts and feelings about the times we find ourselves in today. Our father's views of President de Klerk and the work he did in his life to make South Africa a better place for all its people and a better global citizen is well documented in our father's own biography, which was published last year. So thankfully, I don't have to guess or speculate about his views in this regard. I can refer to his book, From Forsberg to Washington, Memoirs of a Peace Broker. In his book, our father acknowledges the steps President de Klerk took to abolish apartheid on the 2nd of February 1990. Yesterday, 36 years ago. It is tragic that 36 years later, we are still having this conversation. He goes on to acknowledge President de Klerk and President Mandela as peacemakers among skeptical colleagues and comrades on both sides of the peace table. On page 62 of his book, he describes his time as ambassador to Washington, D.C., and recalls the unparalleled interest and appeal President de Klerk had in the United States of America as the U.S. still struggles with the establishment of a non-racial inclusive society where black and white accept each other as equals at all levels with an equal right to existence. He goes on to write, I was overwhelmed and proud to see the admiration de Klerk commanded. Given the socio-political dynamics, the Americans were eager to learn about the unprecedented behavior of a leader who had timeously realized that democracy must be given a chance and who voluntarily gave up his position of power. In regular conversations with my father, and those who knew him, you didn't have to guess what he was thinking. He was ready to tell you. And he was ready to tell you over and over so that you get it. And so in regular conversation with my father, I also remember how he privately and publicly acknowledged something that is forgotten about President de Klerk, that he voluntarily gave up nuclear weapons. President de Klerk's book, The Last Trek, A New Beginning, he also reflects on his relationship with my father, which validates some of the positions we hold. My reflection on the passage in his book is not to heap cheap praise on President de Klerk, Mrs. de Klerk, or the foundation, and the admirable work you do, but rather to make a broader point. Both President de Klerk and our father were peacemakers who for a period of time occupied different sides of the peace table. Rather than focus on which side of the table fate, history, or divine intervention placed them, the emphasis for me falls on the fact that there was a peace table created by men and women who recognized that there was an illness that afflicted South African society as a whole and required brave and visionary leadership to find a peaceful solution. One of our father's favorite quotes was, "When the first shot is fired, negotiations begin." I've come to learn that this quote is not attributed to one person, but has become a well-accepted military and diplomatic principle, acknowledging that conflict and peace negotiations frequently run parallel to each other. It is hard to believe that those who make war and malign their foes publicly aren't promoting parallel discussions to bring about a negotiated outcome. It does prompt me to ask the question, when the leaders are fighting, who is talking peace? This also provides me with a perfect platform and segue into communicating what I believe our father would be saying here today, had he been here accepting the award himself. He was a great believer in dialogue and open and clear communication, and saw himself as a peacemaker who frequently attracted the wrath of many in the progressive movements for speaking to the enemy. Given this, I suspect that there would have been two themes he would have wanted me to focus on today. Theme one, being a deep believing and spiritual person, would have been from Proverbs 29, verse 18. And my sister and I can recite this at 3 o'clock in the morning if you wake us up. Where there is no vision, the people perish. But he that keeps the law, happy is he. He was deeply perplexed by the absence of a vivid vision that kept our nation united and focused on our common purpose. The Afrikaans Bible, I think, says it better, at least for me. In die afwesigheid van 'n openbaring is die volk bandeloos. Bandeloos. Our father was perturbed by the absence of this unifying and inspiring vision that requires of us to be the best for our neighbor and collectively for the nation that Mandela, de Klerk, and others worked so hard to make possible. Franklin Sonn was deeply disturbed by the erosion of this vision and the systematic replacement by a racial nationalism intent on establishing a new national order, mimicking the emerging new global order, based on an ethos where the wealthiest survives at the expense of the rest, where history and truth no longer matters, where common courtesy and care is unfashionable, and where we have lost sight of our diversity as a strength. Tragically, a society has emerged which has left the Rainbow Nation floundering, creating a fertile bed for opportunistic, self-serving forces, of which we've heard some today, on both the right and the left of centrist politics. With the polarization of politics to the extreme and dysfunctional edges of the political spectrum, we seem to have become disjointed from the vision of a peaceful nation, inclusive in its nature and commitment to the eradication of poverty. The second theme I think our father would have focused on, and would certainly have wanted me to focus on, would be what I referred to earlier. When the first shot is fired, peace negotiations begin. I think it is fair to say that the world is in a state of low-intensity war. Maybe you'll disagree with me that it's not so low intensity, which has not spared South Africa. Right-wing movements have organized themselves along principles of exclusivity and deliberate racial bias, strongly resembling the era President de Klerk worked hard to move us away from. It helps us little to try to give this movement a name without understanding its genesis. So let's not give the patient a name, but rather understand her ailment, and in this case, the affliction is the vilification of white people by virtue of race and history, And as white South Africans in particular feel alienated the same way black South Africans felt for centuries, they tragically are actively organizing themselves according to their own beliefs, values, and norms. The absence of a functioning, inclusive, and forward-looking state provides them with ample space and justification for this to be seen as an appropriate response. I challenge you to sit in the lounge of an airport, to sit in the sauna of a gym, and listening to young men talking. It doesn't resemble the country that we had once imagined we could be. Left-leaning organizations, initially and notionally committed to a more inclusive society, has fallen prey to the scarcity mentality that has enabled its greed and disenabled its altruistic ambitions. There is too little to go around. It's too much effort to grow the pie. So I need to position myself as close to the trough as possible at all costs. That appears to be the popular slogan. And we've heard that manifest at local government level today. I'm reminded by my father, when we were younger, gave us cartoon books, I think to encourage us to read. So we had, I'm reminded about a cartoon from Punch from 1878. And the narration says, "I'm not hungry, but thank goodness I'm greedy." It seems to be becoming a popular slogan. The whore of actions and equal opposite reactions creates the perfect deviation for devious men, and tragically, it's mostly men, who direct us away from the founding principles of our Constitution. Here I specifically reference the preamble to the Constitution and Chapter 1. So presumptuously, I'll highlight a piece of it, and it's presumptuous because I know it's something that the Foundation deals with and knows very well. For those of you who don't know, let me remind you what it says. The Republic of South Africa is one sovereign democratic state founded on the following values: human dignity, the achievement of equality, and the advancement of human rights and freedoms, non-racialism and non-sexism, supremacy of the Constitution and the rule of law, universal adult suffrage, a national common voters' roll, regular elections, and a multi-party system of democratic government to ensure accountability, responsiveness, and openness. The time, tragically, again calls for courageous leadership, where courage is defined by our willingness to imagine. And my sister keeps reminding me, courage requires us to imagine again. Is defined by a willingness to imagine, to reclaim the dream of an inclusive society based on common values of care and respect. We must again develop the capability to execute on this dream by mobilizing the best intentions of most South Africans into action and deeds that give content to this dream. We learn from history that we don't learn from history. And again, we learn that no society can be sustainable and flourish if all its component parts are not at the table, committed and vested in its success. It is with gratitude that we accept this award bestowed on our late father, and with humility and urgency that we petition the FW de Klerk Foundation to continue the work you are doing to bring South Africa back to the center again. To set the table for peace, create an environment for the contestation of ideas that moves the entire society forward, to build a system where the best person for the job of serving is appointed, where the playing field is delineated by the provisions and prescripts of the Constitution, and where decency and care are restored as an essential feature of South African citizenry. This request we make knowing full well that it is consistent with the beliefs and values of the Foundation, and in the knowledge that Franklin Sonn would expect that we collectively continue his work, President de Klerk's work, President Mandela's work, in finding solutions for our fractured society through honest dialogue. I'd like to add that today was extremely illuminating, seeing what is possible in our country. And as encouraged as we all are, we've spent a fair amount talking about the what. I do encourage and would like to enroll myself in the project of working with the foundation of figuring out the how. How do we enable this? And if there's one legacy I'd like to associate with this award, it's where we bravely start imagining how we bring about the what that you've spoken about. Thank you again for listening, and thank you very much for this award.
Chrispin, can we get that commitment in writing, please? We'll come back to you on that one. You know, we have some senior witnesses around the table. Ladies and gentlemen, we came very close to the end of the program, and we have a troika in control of this event. Our chairperson, Elita de Klerk, our executive director, Christo van der Rede. I received a WhatsApp where he said, I cannot hear you. Christo, I hope you can hear me now. And Christina, our deputy chairperson. They conceptualized this, they worked through this, they compiled the program, and they put the resources together. Can we give the three of them a hand, please? And it is Christina's work to thank you and to thank the different role players and to conclude. Christina, please. And thereafter, you are welcome to join in the cocktail outside. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Coetzee. It is my privilege and big pleasure to say a few words of thanks. And I would like to start with the Konrad-Adenauer Foundation. Thank you very much, Gregor, and the Konrad-Adenauer Foundation for your ongoing support over so many years. And we, as a FW de Klerk Foundation, we value your partnership very much, as it is also based on shared values and principles and the love for democracy and constitutionalism. Thank you very much. I also would like to thank our three speakers for sharing their time and their expertise and their insights and unpacking the topic of local government elections from a cooperative governance point of view, from a financial management and accountability point of view, and from a private-public partnership and community engagement point of view. Thank you very much. And there is not much I can add to it. You gave us a lot of food for thought. Thank you. Thanks. As a FW de Klerk Foundation, we strive to promote dialogue between various stakeholders and disciplines. Too often we work and operate in silos and do not make use of each other's expertise and insights that could help us to solve complex problems. If we want to make municipalities work better for the people, we need to work together as politicians, public servants, academia, business, and communities. But it's not only our expertise that it's needed, it's also our integrity and our humanity. I think our three speakers, it was like a red thread throughout the speeches, that it's not only the intellect that we need in this country, we need the heart and we need integrity most of all. I also would like to thank Mrs. Sonn and Chrispin Sonn and Heather and the whole Sonn family for joining us this afternoon, despite the fact that somebody has birthday. It's Chrispin Sonn's birthday, so thank you very much for coming to us and not having a party at home, and maybe we can organize some cake for you, so happy birthday to you. And we hope that the Goodwill Award is seen as a testimony of our recognition and great appreciation for the life and work of your late husband and father. We trust that his exemplary life and legacy will inspire future generations of academics, of activists, of diplomats, and of politicians. A big thank you also goes to our own team, especially Brenda Stein, our legacy manager, for organizing this event, supported by Jill, Abigail, Daniela, and Ishmael, and our intern Tando. I personally always see it as a privilege and a pleasure to work with such a dedicated and great team of people. Thank you. I also would like to thank Elita and our board members for their wisdom and guidance, and always making sure we keep on track in promoting our quest to promote constitutional democracy and defending the Constitution. I also would like to thank Kotse Bester and Dr. Lucky Matebula for stepping in on behalf of Christo van der Rede, who unfortunately cannot be with us, but I'm sure Big Brother is watching us and listening to us. So yeah, we wish him a speedy recovery. We also would like to thank our friends from Wilde Paarde Yacht in Paarl for sponsoring the wine that we will enjoy after the function. And last but not least, I would like to thank you, the audience, in person and online, for joining us this afternoon and for taking an interest in the work that the foundation is doing. As a non-profit organization, we depend on your moral support, but also on your financial support. And it is your generous financial support that keeps us going, and we hope you continue to do so. Thank you very much. And I would like now to invite you all for some drinks and snacks and some further conversations. Thank you very much.
The steps that have been decided are the following. The prohibition of the African National Congress, the Pan-Africanist Congress, the South African Communist Party, and a number of subsidiary organizations is being rescinded.
The blueprint of our constitutional democracy, which is the most progressive document in the world, which is South Africa's constitution.
We've got to build on an incredibly strong constitution, but it does mean that we have to create opportunities to discuss and renew from time to time.
It's important that civil society organizations like the FW de Klerk Foundation help with the debate about economic policies. That's why we have civil society organizations in this country.
1990 was a watershed year for South Africa. It laid a foundation for our newly founded constitutional democracy. The work of the FW de Klerk Foundation revolves around ensuring that the constitutional rights are protected, are promoted, are entrenched. My own role at the foundation is to play an advocacy role, to bring communities together. So we go and visit them, we're on the ground with communities, and through the media to inform communities nationwide about the importance of the Constitution and our Bill of Rights.
Our constitutional rights program is committed to defending the values that lie at the heart of South Africa's democracy. We do this through legal advocacy, public education, and engaging with the state. One of the most urgent threats to these rights is the National Health Insurance Act. Now, while its goal of universal health coverage is commendable, it centralizes power, weakens the private sector, and imposes rigid, state-controlled model that may collapse under its own weight. The foundation has not only raised constitutional concerns, we have also made an impact by proposing constructive alternatives and ensuring that the minister does not act outside of his legal powers. The program will continue to challenge unconstitutional provisions and advocate for a health system that truly heals and serves all South Africans with dignity and care.
Some say South Africa is raising a lost generation. But at the FW de Klerk Foundation, we believe the opposite. We're building an informed generation. Through our Constitutional Advancement Program, we are equipping young people with the confidence, with the knowledge, with the civic skills they need to thrive in South Africa. And how do we do this? How do we advance the youth? Well, through our groundbreaking 5-module constitutional education program, we're making sure that the Bill of Rights, economic justice, and youth empowerment really come to life. We've also partnered with the National Youth Debate Initiative and are contributing to national dialogue across South Africa. This isn't just education, this is nation building.
The Legacy program is dedicated to preserving and celebrating the life of FW de Klerk by key initiatives like conferences marking the anniversary of his 2 February 1990 speech that changed the course of South Africa. Over the years, we have had many diverse and powerful voices contribute to the dialogue on peace, democracy and constitutionalism.
And for the first time in 30 years, we are actually living in a democratic South Africa and not South Africa where one party rules and determines all.
I was in 1990 in Matric. That's when things were changing in South Africa, and a lot was because of the president. And the foundation is doing such great work, and to be recognized by them, yeah, it's a bit emotional, but a hell of a proud and also take it as a big responsibility.
FW de Klerk spoke about his vision for the creation of the Centre for the Constitutional Transformation of South Africa to remind, educate and inform people of one of the country's greatest achievements. This vision came to life with the launch of our exhibition in November 2024.
Now, I would like to make sure that my 2 foundations, to get them to grow and to intensify their activities, which can ensure that South Africa does not lose its way because we have lost our way somewhat, can be brought back to the right track.
If you believe in a future where rights and freedoms are protected and reforms are rooted in the Constitution, we invite you to stand with us.
Join us.
Support the work.
Please stand with us to ensure that our Constitution becomes a reality for all South Africans.
Visit fwdeklerk.org to learn more and to donate.
The steps that have been decided are the following.